The next item is our hearing, and I think we have all parties present at this time, so we can get started on that.
Did you still want, because Mr. Goldstein's here, separation of witnesses, or?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Goldstein, I have to ask you to leave, please. What do you think your schedule is for his appearance?
Yeah, because I was subpoenaed at 10. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No,
I've got other things on my calendar, so that's what I'm trying to. I thought I was
Yeah.
going to testify at 10.
Yeah, understood.
I'm going to call myself first, then Megan Fitzmartin, and then Mr. Goldstein.
Approximately what time for his benefit?
Well, assuming I take 30 minutes, she takes 30 minutes, that would be about 11 o'clock.
Mr. Goldstein, if you would please, thank you.
May I ask you to close the door on the way out, please?
I will.
Thank you. At this time, I believe that we need to have Mr. Hicks sworn in, correct?
Correct.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So any preliminary that you'd like to go over?
No, you can probably just stay right there and offer your statement.
Okay, so I'm calling myself as a witness. I think I'm supposed to not have a bunch of stuff around me. These are only the questions I plan on addressing. So if Mr. O'Brien wants to object to any of those as I go. But I thought it would be good to call me first and then allow me to be questioned as well. And I will appreciate being able to sit since during, as much as possible, since during the Ohio State game, not any celebratory thing, I dropped a piece of firewood on my foot while with a bunch of neighbors at an our outdoor fireplace. So I'm recovering from that. So here's the key questions that I want to address that I think are relevant to me as a witness. Is basically first, who am I and why did I do this? Why do I bring these kind of cases? Why do I focus on these kind of things? So just by quick background, I'm Chris Hicks, grew up in Cincinnati, spent my whole life in Cincinnati. I've been married for 33 years. We have one son who's watching the dog. That's another issue we have. I come up super early to drop the dog off at my son's house. He lives in Worthington. I have been, for my whole life, I think repeatedly, and I'm focused on ethics, doing the right thing, and trying to clean up things that I think are broken. And campaign finance in Ohio, I think, is broken. Unfortunately, we hear about it mostly only when the feds get involved. We never hear about it much on anything other than maybe if you're local township trustee or your county commissioner, but anything on a statewide level or involving the legislature, we only hear about it when the feds get involved. And I think it's got to change. And so people ask me all the time, does somebody pay me to do this? Am I financed? Am I just, no. I describe myself as semi-retired, and I have a sick hobby. My sick hobby is trying to improve our state and trying to improve the state of politics. So that's kind of a little background on me and why I bring these kind of cases. So how did this case come to be? So I'm going to actually refer to a couple exhibits that relate to how this case came to be. The first one is going to be complainant exhibit number 6, which if you have a version that has the page numbers on it, they say 5-3 at the bottom and page 33. Is that exhibit, and within it, so that's exhibit 6, and it says hearing documents, and then within it, it has exhibit 4, which is an invoice. And so, as part of the process related to the Alan Freeman campaign and the case involving Alan Freeman, this invoice surfaced that involved a variety of different candidates. Brian Stewart, who's another case, Lampton, Freeman, Schmidt, and Young. And so when I saw this invoice, I dug in, built my personal knowledge based on getting campaign filings, investigating what the candidates had filed, what invoices and so forth had been involved, And from that, in my view, I found that I thought that there was probable cause relating to Jean Schmidt and Brian Stewart out of these candidates. That there had been expenses that took place that were in-kind contributions that had not been reported anyplace on the campaign finance report. And that's the genesis of this case. That's the genesis of why. So you'll notice that I never brought Lambton or Young because those, I could not find any probable cause that they had not reported something. These are the two, there were actually three, Freeman, Stewart, and Schmidt. All these candidates were tied into Team Householder. That should be a blight on Ohio history as it comes to politics. I think my personal view is that that is not unique. The amplitude of the amount of money involved was unique, and that's why it drew a lot of attention. And I brought this case, and I get involved in these kind of cases, because I think that as long as we have a scenario in Ohio where nothing ever happens unless the feds do it, and people below the top couple guys, nothing ever happens to them, who have benefited from these schemes and brackets, then we're never going to get better. And I don't think, actually, the funny part is I don't think it involves, it means, let's go figure out every person who was a Team Householder candidate one by one. I really think that if in our state we started to show more vigor on these kind of things, it wouldn't take that many and the behaviors would change. It wouldn't take that money and the behaviors would change in terms of what happens. So that's the question of how this case came to be. Another aspect in terms of how this case came to be was the decision in the Freeman case, which in exhibits, the 5-4 exhibits, it actually says 5-3 at the bottom of the page if you have the version where I put page numbers. That is exhibit 11, and it's on page 63. Exhibit 11 on page 63. If any of you want, for anybody has laptops, I have all these exhibits in a bookmark PDF that makes it really easy to get the stuff. If anybody wants that, I can give it to you at a break or something. But this is exhibit 11, which is the decision and finding in the Alan Freeman case. Remember that Alan Freeman and Jean Schmidt were symbiotic candidates.
I will object at this time. Let me speak. I would object. That was a separate case the commission heard, decided, the evidence was different. Whatever opinion was rendered in that case, I would object to Mr. Hicks reading that. In this hearing, I also noticed he had exhibits involving Freeman. We were here before the commission, as you all well know, from 2 prior hearings that we've had on a claim that Ms. Schmidt's campaign did not file complete and accurate report pre-primary in March of 20, post-primary in April or June of 2020. What happened and what Mr. Freeman did, I can't account for, Ms. Schmidt can't account for. And the decision of the commission in that case is absolutely, completely, totally irrelevant.
Comment?
I don't think it is, because it relates to the same exact resources, particularly R.J. Mancini and Steve Caraway, and the services that they were providing to both campaigns.
I'm just going to sustain that. Go on.
Well, I'm still going to read it because in that finding.
No, you can't. I mean, his objection has been sustained.
Well, so in that finding, it was
Mr. Hicks, the motion, or his objection has been sustained. You can't, it was to not enter that into the record.
Okay, can you give a legal basis for that being sustained? I believe
Because
it's
it's from a different
by the
case.
rules of evidence. It's a
Because
piece
it's
of
from a
evidence.
different case, and it's not pertinent to this matter, which is based on different evidence.
Okay, so my statement about it was, this is why I brought this case forward.
And that's
One
fine.
of the reasons is because in that finding, it found that the in-kind services of Caraway and Mancini had not been recorded on any campaign finance report. So that's all I wanted to bring up about it. So a lot of times these objections cause us to take longer than they would without. And I think that's a very relevant point as to why I brought the case.
And I would note that that finding was made 2 years after he brought the case. So the finding in that case certainly wasn't a motive.
It wasn't made
for
2
him
years
to have
after I
filed.
brought that case, after that finding.
Move on, okay, that's fine. There's no need to argue between the two of you at this point.
I mean, if we don't want to have evidence, you guys can just say, we don't care no longer about this stuff,
Move on.
okay? So the other thing that caused me to get focused around these cases was that in the federal indictment relating to Larry Householder, and this will be very relevant to testimony and questions I'll be asking people going forward today, it was specifically called out in that indictment, which I have an exhibit, and in the case, that JPL and Associates,
I'll give him a little bit of room.
JPL and Associates, there were two entities, Constant Content, a media entity, JPL and Associates, another separate entity. JPL and Associates was providing staff to friendly candidates to Larry Householder who were being paid out of money from First Energy. That's part of the federal indictment. It was part of the federal case for which there's now been convictions. So later I think we're going to hear stories about plus-ups and all that kind of stuff. But in the actual federal case associated with this, it was determined that JPL and Associates was paying for field staff for candidates friendly to Householder, and they were being compensated from First Energy money.
Jeff will move to strike that entire call.
So again, at some point in this state, you know, we can't put our heads in the sand and say, things got determined and adjudicated at the, we'll say at the state, we can't hear any cases related to Householder as long as the federal stuff is going on. Once the federal stuff is adjudicated, then we'll say we can't let anything that was determined in the federal case cloud anything in the state. It's basically a recipe for no accountability. And if that's what we want in Ohio, that's what we'll continue to have. So I'm glad to provide this exhibit that is one page out of that, because I don't want to crowd it, out of the indictment talking about how JPL staff was compensated and paid. I think it's highly relevant to this case, and it's a key reason that I put so much passion on these
Your
cases.
basis for doing it is fine, but as it relates to the evidence in this case, the evidence is relating to what Ms. Schmidt did or didn't include in her campaign finance reports.
Okay?
Your comment and reason for doing it is fine, but I don't think that there's...
And I think that Mr. Schmidt is going to try to make some claim about plus-ups again. That's why we're spending a lot of time on this plus-up concept, when the federal case adjudicated that was not what was happening in terms of how resources were being paid and reported by JPL and Associates.
I would add, again, not to keep interrupting, object and move to strike that federal case adjudicated no such thing. That was an allegation in the indictment as part of a conspiracy allegation. That is not a finding by the judge, jury, or part of any judgment or sentence.
Thank you. Okay, move on.
Okay, and then why my focus on Caraway and Mancini in particular? So Caraway and Mancini only work for two candidates. Both of them, we'll see while they testify here today, but both of them previously testified they only work for two candidates, Jean Schmidt and Alan Freeman. Those are the only two candidates that they work for. Mancini was paid for by the Ohio Republican Party and I'm going to direct you to look at a particular exhibit. If you look in Exhibit 6, which is page, in the documents, complaint in Exhibit 6, page 33, that says May 3rd at the bottom of the page. And then flip forward to Exhibit 1 within that. It's a campaign finance report that looks like this. Okay. So the campaign, that exhibit within the complaint is payments that were made to R.J. Mancini relating to his campaign work. This is from the Secretary of State system. So if you see and you add up those numbers, it's all totaled about $7,000. Between the period, if you look at the dates, there's, earliest one says 2/21, and then the last one says 3/20. These were actually, and we'll see it in the next thing I'm gonna point out, these were actually 2 weeks pay periods. The date is the end date of the 2-week pay period. So that one from 2/21 dates back 2 weeks prior to that for when you actually worked, okay? So I wrote it down here somewhere, but so that's about February 8th. So February 8th through March 20th, R.J. Mancini was being paid for by the Ohio Republican Party, and he only worked on 2 candidates per his prior testimony, and we'll see what he testifies today. So that's about $7,000. The next exhibit in that set, Exhibit 2, is one of his pay stubs. This came through discovery from Mr. Mancini in the Freeman matter, and it's the only one of his pay stubs he provided that supports at least one of the line items in the ORP. So I brought this case because clearly he was compensated $7,000 across that time period as reported by the ORP, but no in-kind showed up anywhere for his services being provided to Ms. Schmidt's campaign. It's worth noting, neither did they show up in Alan Freeman in that prior case, which I talked about the decision adjudicating that. So that's another, that's a reason why the focus on Caraway and Mancini particularly in the affidavit, because those two only worked with Freeman and Schmidt. And they both testified to that previously, and we'll see what they testified today. Another question I'd ask myself is, why haven't I called Jeff Loongstreth, Anna Lippincott, I tried to call Brian Kenneth, but why haven't I called some of these other actors within the Larry Householder operation? Because they're gone. So my understanding is Jeff Loongstreth now in North Carolina and wouldn't be subject to any subpoena. This kind of stuff happened with Luke Householder, the Speaker's son, in the Freeman case. When they're out of state, they're not subject to subpoena by this commission. So Jeff Loongstreth's gone. I believe Anna Lippincott, last time somebody gave me an update, she lives in Europe somewhere. So some of the key people that are involved, as far as I know, are not within the state. So I've not called them. And then the last thing that I wanted to address myself is that last night, I think I didn't look at my phone, but I think about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, Ms. Schmidt through Mr. O'Brien sent an exhibit talking about plus-ups again. So they spent a lot of time in prior testimony about this whole concept of, well, maybe these expenses were somehow in a plus-up on some invoice. No actual evidence to support that, just this is the supposition that they were included in there and you should accept that. So I just want to address that. I've not had time because the exhibits that he provided and this plus-up concept were only provided last night at about 3 o'clock. Only provided about last night at 3 o'clock. However, I have a lot of personal experience. My wife of 33 years is a professional artist and has been an agency artist for a long time. And if I had a chance to call witnesses on this, I could bring in expert after expert that says a 10% markup on media purchasing on rebills is industry standard. That's the norm, is a 10% markup. That's not showing something else per se, but that's the normal thing that an agency does. They get a 10% markup for their profit margin on media purchases. That's standard. That is the standard in the industry. I have, however, have trouble producing witnesses to talk to that point because I only received the exhibits making this claim, this new claim, last night at about 3 o'clock. So those are the key things that I wanted to address, to just talk about why I brought the case, how it got formulated, why the specific focus on Caraway and Mancini, why I think there is a nexus and a relationship between cases since the personnel were working for both campaigns together, why I haven't called some of the other principals, and this, what I think we're going to keep hearing, this idea that a plus-up somehow accounts for these professional resources, and my personal experience with that, having been married to and hung out with all of the media buying friends of my wife for quite some time. So that's my testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Hicks, your complaint that you filed on June 16th of 2021 has a number of exhibits attached to it, correct?
Yes,
Do you have that with you?
I do.
When you look at your exhibit number 4 that you had in June of 2021, and that's radio airtime, as you previously alluded to, for a number of candidates, including Ms. Schmidt, is it not?
I just pointed out. Yeah, I pointed out of the amended complaints, an amended complaint that is the same exhibit number, but yeah. What exhibit number you said was, Ron?
Exhibit number 4.
Yeah.
From strategic media to constant content for about 5 candidates.
Yep.
And the airtime and radio production for Ms. Schmidt is listed on that document that you had in July of 21 as 23,560.03, correct?
Okay.
And 550 for radio production,
It is.
and that would be when added up, and you can add, I presume, correct?
Why don't you show me how to do it?
No, I'm asking you if you can add, sir.
Yes, I can add.
Okay, and when you add those up, do they come up to a little over $24,000?
I think it came out to $24,060.03.
Okay, and the exhibit that you also had attached to those complaints, that Ms. Schmidt reported, filed, and paid, was for $164,334.31, correct?
Which exhibit are you talking about?
The invoice from Constant Content to Ms. Schmidt, dated March 18th of 20.
What exhibit am I supposed to do?
Well, I'll hand you the exhibit.
Also, your exhibit, so that's Respondent's Exhibit
That's
11.
my exhibit 11.
Respondent's Exhibit 11.
Which duplicates one of your exhibits, which I can pick out somewhere.
Okay.
And what's the amount of the radio production and airtime on that document?
26,521.03.
So the invoice from Strategic Media that bought the media, correct, was for 24.
25.
And
Mr. Longstreth, when he sent a bill to Ms. Schmidt, the bill is 10% higher, correct?
Correct.
And you had that document back in July when you filed this complaint, did you not?
Correct. Well, I don't know about that. I don't believe I did, no.
Did you admit here today that there's a 10% markup?
Hold on, you asked me a question,
Okay,
and I don't want to go past, you answered my question for me, and I'll go ahead and answer it myself. No, I did not have that invoice, because at the time I filed, so just to put, I filed my complaint on 6/8/21, okay? She received the first Constant Content invoice on June 4th, 20. Okay, so I never had that invoice until I did like records requests, and that's why that wasn't in my, you know, if you look at my actual complaints, that wasn't in the complaint.
When did you first see that invoice then?
I can't recall when I first saw it. The detailed invoice, it might have been from yours. We could look there, I can't remember, I don't know how much it matters, but.
I guess it matters because you have known for some substantial period of time, more than 12 hours, that there was documents that reflected a bill for 24 grand that was marked up to 26 grand by Mr. Longstreth to Ms. Schmidt. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So you're making some supposition that I went through and did some sort of algebraic analysis on line items of invoice to figure out ratios between other invoices. First off, I didn't have this invoice. Second off, that would be a faulty assumption to assume that I had done, that I did some analysis.
Wait. I think we just need to answer the question.
Correct.
You asked, do you have the invoice? When did you get the invoice?
That's correct.
So I don't think we need to comment suppositions or anything else. I guess if you're saying you didn't have it, then Mr. O'Brien, you need to take his word that he didn't have it. So, let's move on from there.
My point is, Chair, that he had it as late as May of this year for the May 4th hearing. Is that correct?
That would be, if that, yes. No, I don't know about that, because Exhibit 11, your May 4th exhibits were 1 through 8. You introduced 9 through 9 on was in the July 20th hearing.
So you have had it since July 20th of this year. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, I would have had it since July 20th. I potentially would have had it much sooner,
No.
other than Mr. Schmidt refused any discovery.
No, just yes or no. Yes, I had it, no, I didn't have it.
I think a witness is allowed to expand on their answer.
If it pertains to what the question is. So I think that if we're going to be accusatory or whatever, I think that is probably where the line will be drawn.
So if he is being accusatory towards me that I somehow fraudulently didn't acknowledge some invoice, then I'm going to point out that he didn't respond to discovery much earlier when asked.
I think he just asked you when you had it. If that's how I took it, did the rest of the commission take it as
Oh, he asked me a
such?
lot more than that.
Okay.
He started quizzing me on math equations between invoices and other invoices.
No, he didn't. He asked if you
Yes,
could
he
add. He asked if you could add. Let's move forward, please. Mr. O'Brien, are you satisfied with the answer, or would you like to?
All I'm trying to establish, Mr. Hicks, is that you have had both Exhibit 4 that was attached to your complaint, the radio production costs and airtime, for more than 2 years. You have had the
So this is
exhibit.
an editorial. What's the question?
No,
I
but that's,
asked this editorial about me.
well,
Do you have a question?
I haven't got to the question. I'm saying the predicate of the question is you have had one document, the bill from SMP to Mr. Constant Content in Longstreth since June of 21. You admit you have had since at least July of this year the invoice from Constant Content to Ms. Schmidt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And my point is, you have had those documents that show different bills for the radio production and airtime, including a 10% markup, since at least July of this year and not just last night.
I guess that's correct.
Thank you.
However, your supposition, I would have no knowledge of interrelationships between line items on invoices. And you're the one creating these suppositions that somehow I knew something or I, which I would, by the way, for all the red herring of this, I would point out that this 10% markup does not answer the question. The 10% markup has nothing to do with how field resources. It's the standard markup on media buys.
I move to strike the non-responsive answer.
I think it was a very responsive answer.
It's there. Move on.
Okay. So that I'm sure I understand and the record is clear, you have had the 2 radio production documents since at the latest on July 20th of this year, correct?
So I'd just like to make a point. I
No,
get
that's
criticized.
a yes or no
Same question
answer.
over and over again.
Understood. Simple answer and then move on. And then
I'm
Mr.
not going to
O'Brien.
answer. I object to the question because I already
Ask and
answered the question.
Ask and
It's
answer,
asked and
move on.
It's asked and answered. So you could have looked at those 2 documents and concluded that there was a 10% markup, could you not?
No,
Why not?
because how would I, the $164,000 invoice is a whole variety of things. There's no 10% markup between the number, whatever it was, 20, so the $24,060.03. I did not see any relationship between that number and $164,334.31. Your supposition that I somehow should have done algebraic equations to determine what the relationships were and if there was some even percentage relationship is faulty. Maybe I appreciate the perspective you have for me that you think I did algebraic equations and to determine individual line items. and analyze them, but no, I did not do that.
So you're.
Thank you, thank you, that's my point. You did not do, when you had documents, any
I couldn't have
calculation
done it.
to
I would have no
determine.
basis to do it.
Since July 20th, you have had the basis to do it, Mr. Hicks.
Is that a question?
Yes.
So, since July 20th, you have had the basis to do it. That's a question.
You haven't had the basis to do those calculations. You tried to suggest that you just got the information last night.
No, because I never would have, until your exhibits last night that claimed that there was relationships between line items and other invoices that had never been provided. Okay? So that's the first time this relationship thing, I never would have figured that out on my own. I apologize for not being the beautiful mind, mathematician to be. I never would have figured this out. You're the one who's suddenly asserting, if you take certain line items out of certain invoices and look at certain other invoices, you can figure out that there's ratios between them. So no, I did not do that. I would not have done that. Had I had these other detailed invoices you provided, I would not have done that. Okay, so I would not have had the basis to figure I should go compute algebraic equations between line items of invoices.
Okay.
All of it, though, I think is a red herring.
Question
Thank you.
answered. Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks, you, having looked at the SOS reports, you know that Ms. Schmidt reported a total of $164,000 shown on Exhibit 11 as something pre and post primary that her campaign had incurred, and she paid $100,000. That document was also attached to your exhibit. Is that correct?
What? I don't understand the question. It's
Again,
reference
again.
exhibit 11 and then some other exhibit. Can you just tell me the exhibits so I can flip them? I have all the exhibits.
If you want to look at the exhibit that is attached to your complaint, there is a check for $100,000 dated April 2nd.
Can I request that you please sit down? Okay, and can I request that you specify the exhibit so that both I and all the commissioners can look at the exhibit you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you would look at Respondent's Exhibit number 6, it was also attached to your complaint that you filed in June of 21. Is that a check for $100,000 from the Schmidt campaign to Constant Content?
So the answer is yes. Yes.
And that payment was reported to the Secretary of State, was it not?
Yes.
And the balance due, $64,000, was also listed as a debt of the committee, was it not?
Yes, but I'd also like to point out that you're leaving some things out.
Well, we're
If you
not
look at
objecting him pointing things out.
Exhibit 7 in the same document, you're asking to look at one part of the same thing.
This is Mr. O'Brien's time, so you can come back with
Okay.
comments after he's done with his questions.
It is one of your documents, I might add. It's a campaign finance report data Schmidt for
What are you
Ohio,
looking at?
2020 post-primary.
What exhibit number?
Are you familiar with an exhibit that shows the outstanding debt of $64,334?
That is exhibit 7 within that document. So I don't, since you're not referring to exhibits, so it within, and I know it gets confusing looking at these, so within the amended complaint, exhibit 6, there are other exhibits, and so it gets confusing. In exhibit 7 within the amended complaint, if you had the version that has the page numbers on it that I put on there, it would be page number 43, 44, 45. Page 46 of that is what you're referring to, I believe. And it shows the $164,000. And it shows that that was for media, airtime, and mailings. That is on page 46 of the documents I provided for exhibit number, complainant's exhibit number 6. Within that, I apologize for the confusion, exhibit number 7, which is a summary of that.
And that document that you had attached to your complaint showed the payment of $100,000, the outstanding debt of $64,334, correct?
Where I see that is on page 46 of where I put numbers, but it is complainant's exhibit number 6. Within that, exhibit number 7, and it's I think the 3rd page of exhibit number 7. It's the 4th page of exhibit number 7, where it has the Secretary of State's summary, that was for media, airtime, and mailings. It was for $164,334.31, of which $64,334.31 was outstanding, which was the net amount after the payment of $100,000.
Correct, and that is in the exhibit that you have before this committee, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Schmidt reported in the 2020 post-primary $100,000 payment to Constant Content on the invoice and an outstanding debt of $64,000, correct?
Correct, and also that those were for media, airtime, and mailings, which is why I brought this case, because I was looking for where were the resources reported.
All right.
And
It's been asked and answered, so now it's Mr. O'Brien's time. You were able to make notes and bring these back to him, but he asked you a question, you answered it, now we're.
Well, he's creating insinuations that I want to be able to clarify and
And you
answer.
have the opportunity to do that if you do redirect.
correct. And at least Mr. Hicks on the next report did not, Ms. Schmidt, report the payment of that balance of the $64,334.31.
What exhibit are you?
I'm not referencing exhibit, I'm asking if you have any knowledge.
I know she made it, I don't know if it was on the
Thank
next
you.
report.
Thank you.
You asked a very specific question, was it on the next report? So I don't know the answer to that without knowing an exhibit, because I can't remember everything.
Okay, to recap, if I can, Ms. Schmidt
Do you have a
reported.
question, or are you recapping?
No, I'm asking a question
Okay.
because the minor questions, I'm unclear on your answers. Ms. Schmidt, to your knowledge, reported a payment of $100,000, a debt of $64,000, the subsequent payment of the $64,000, and all that was done in the in the post-primary reports in 2020, correct?
Say that again, ask the question again.
Did Ms.
There was a
Schmidt,
long speech before the question.
did Ms. Schmidt report the $164,000 invoice shown on Respondent's Exhibit number 11 to the Secretary of State in her campaign finance filings?
You've already asked that question, but yes.
Okay, thank you. And regarding Mr. Goldstein, who's here to testify himself, did Ms. Schmidt report that invoice that she didn't receive until August of 21 as an outstanding debt?
No.
She did not report that?
No, she received an invoice for $39,000 from a corporation, but only showed a little over $20,000 as a debt. So she did not report the invoice as a debt. She reported a different amount than the invoice as a debt.
Well, Mr. Goldstein, I think, can explain that how it went from $39,000 to $20,000, but she reported the $20,000 negotiated payment on that $39,000 debt, correct?
Yeah, she reported 20,000, whatever it was, 20,260, I think was.
Correct. Correct. And you're aware from your conversations with Mr. Goldstein that that invoice for those services was not received until August of 21? Is that correct?
From, say that again? No, I'm not aware of that.
Mr. Goldstein's letter and invoice of $39,000 was sent when?
The invoice from Constant Content was dated 11/4/2020. Constant, it's in the same format as Constant Content invoices that are sent through QuickBooks to the candidates. So Mr. Goldstein's involvement was far after that, but the invoice itself was from 11/4/2020, just like the invoice from 3/18/2020.
And the
It's
invoice was
the-
dated 11/4/20. It was received and sent by Mr. Schmidt, or by Mr. Goldstein to the Schmidt campaign in the summer of '21, sir. Is that correct?
All I know is there is an invoice dated 11/4/2020 to the Schmidt campaign. I believe the Schmidt campaign is maintaining that they did not receive that invoice until, they never knew of that invoice until Mr. Goldstein provided it to them.
I think that's correct. But you had no knowledge that it was sent in November of '20, other than the date of the invoice from Mr. Goldstein, correct?
How would I have, I wouldn't have knowledge of what mail or what email content sent. I can just comment on the date on it itself, 11/4/2020.
And it relates to March of 2020, correct?
I get to look at it, but it relates to primary expenses.
And it's dated November 4th, and according to Mr. Goldstein, it is forwarded to Ms. Schmidt's campaign in August of '21. Is that correct?
According to Mr. Schmidt, I haven't heard testimony from David Goldstein, from Mr. Goldstein. So there was an exhibit, one of your exhibits actually, which was,
Exhibit 9 for the respondent as a letter dated from Mr. Goldstein. Is that correct? Certified mail, August 6th of 2021. Is that correct?
which exhibit? 7 or exhibit, what number exhibit?
Exhibit 9, Mr. Hicks.
So exhibit 9, the letter's undated, I believe.
It's a certified letter that's part of that exhibit. Received
We agreed that it said, we thought that the letter said August 3rd, 2021, and was received on August 6th, 2021. So I agreed with all that.
and included an invoice dated November 20th, or November 4th, correct?
Correct.
And was negotiated and paid in approximately the amount of $20,000 in January 22 and reported, correct?
What happened was there appeared that 1, 2, 3, 4 line items were not paid for, and 1 line item was paid for. I did do the analysis that the amount of the invoice, that the amount of what was shown as a debt was the second line item of that invoice only.
And $20,000 of that $39,000 was a negotiated payment, correct?
Yes, but I think I've answered what I can answer, is I know that the 20,260 reflected 1 line item on that invoice.
And that was reported with the Secretary of State's report in January of 22, correct?
Yeah, and per exhibit 7, that's the only evidence that that makes an assertion as to that they never received the invoice in 11/4/2020, which is a note from Mr. Schmidt, which is your respondent's exhibit 7.
That wasn't my question. My question was it reported in January of 2020?
Yeah, but that note, that exhibit 7 is where Mr. Schmidt describes when the things were reported. That's why I'm pointing to that note, Ron.
Let me ask the questions.
I don't know when he filed amended reports because the Secretary of State system doesn't show that. But in his note, that's exhibit 7, he refers to filing amended reports.
That's correct. I'm trying to establish.
I amended our 2020 post-general, 2020 annual, and 2021 semi-annual to reflect the debt. That was on January 31st, 2022. That's the only direct evidence I have of what he did, not from Mr. Goldstein or anybody.
Well, you have it from the Secretary of State's website, don't you? That
No, because the Secretary of State's website doesn't update your dates when amended reports are filed. It keeps the original filing dates on the Secretary of State's website. I would say it's a design flaw. So if somebody files an amended report, you can't tell from the Secretary of State's website that that report was amended.
filed the amended report in January of 22, correct? January 28th.
I would only know that he did it in 2022 because of Mr. Schmidt's note to Mr. Katz. The Secretary of State system does not show amendments or when the date of amendments. So I assume, by the way, if you're asking me, I assume those are valid. I'm assuming that when Peter Schmidt says this note was valid is the when he did the amendments. I'm not quite sure what the depth of the question is about.
I guess what I'm going to ask you to do, and if I can approach the witness showing the exhibit, or if you have the exhibit, the Ohio Secretary of State Campaign Finance Disclosure, part of exhibit 7.
Your exhibit 7 or mine?
My exhibit 7. Respondent's exhibit.
Well, your exhibit 7 is the note to Mr. Katz. This is your exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 is multiple pages, sir.
So like the third and fourth page. Okay, so wait to ask the question again. What's with them?
Yes, the document that I'm trying to identify is Exhibit 7, page 4,
Okay.
campaign finance disclosure, an outstanding debt listed David Goldstein, filed with the semi-annual July report in 21,
Yes.
and it's $20,260, correct?
Where, so I see the, I say, okay, so the outstanding debts page. So it's like, I was looking at the loans and debt search results.
So the Schmidt campaign did report an outstanding debt to David Goldstein, who had written the letter on behalf of Constant Content.
So that page is here, and I think it's important commission members look at it, that the campaign showed the date the debt was incurred is 11/4/2020. That's their filing, not August 6, 2021.
Date incurred is a date on the invoice, I believe, Mr. Hicks, correct?
Well, what's the date on the invoice, the $20,000 modified invoice?
The date of the original $39,000 invoice was,
Yeah, but that's not reporting the original $39,000 invoice, that's reporting the $20,000 invoice after it was modified.
I think my question was, is the date of the invoice received by the Schmidt campaign was November 4th for March 20 services, correct?
That's not the invoice that's recorded in that debt. There was a second invoice, right? So the $39,000 invoice was not reported. That a $20,260 invoice was reported, and I'm just want to look to see when the date, it could be 11/4, but I want to see what the date on that one was.
Let me just strike the answer. I merely asked, was the date of the invoice sent to the Schmidt campaign November 4th of 20?
Understood, move on.
So I say yes, the invoice was sent
Thank you.
on 11/4/2020.
And the payment that was negotiated for that invoice was reported on the Secretary of State form filed by the committee and listed as $20,260, correct?
I think you've asked and I've answered that multiple times.
Thank you. And you mentioned about Mr. Mancini being paid by the Iowa Republican Party for works on campaigns. Did the Ohio Republican Party report that to Ms. Schmidt's campaign committee as an in-kind contribution?
No, they reported it to the HRCC.
Correct. So the answer would be, no, they didn't report it to the Schmidt campaign committee. Did HRCC report to Ms. Schmidt in her campaign committee an in-kind contribution by the employment of Mr. Mancini?
I don't know the answer to that question. They should have.
Did you check the Secretary of State's website to see if it had been reported as an in-kind contribution?
To Ms. Schmidt's campaign?
To HRCC.
I don't know that I probably did, but I can't remember. That's a pretty nuanced point. But I could go look and see what it did show up, because I don't know if it would show up in those payment reports.
Oh, that Mr. Mancini's efforts that he was paid by ORP ever in-kinded beyond the report to HRCC by ORP?
I think it would be, first off, it would be the obligation of it would be a obligation of the HRCC to then in-kind it on. But secondly, Ms. Schmidt, to your point of I did years, Ms. Schmidt has did years. Now to go ask Marjorie Mancini, how much time did you spend on my campaign, so that I can make sure to properly show an in-kind contribution. I think one of the reasons she doesn't want to do that is because she was not
I'm going to
endorsed
object
by
to
the ORP.
director witness, ask the chair to direct the witness to answer the question.
Sustained, that's going beyond
Okay.
the nature of the question.
Did, you had an exhibit at a hearing, Mr. Schmidt, from Anna Lippincott to Sue Jones and back about in-kind contributions by HRCC.
What exhibit are you talking about?
I'm asking you generically, without digging into 400 exhibits that we have here on the table,
We don't have
whether you're familiar with an email from Anna Lippincott to Susan Jones, who you called as a witness in the Freeman case. Are you familiar with that email that deals with in-kind contributions for candidates?
First off, I think we were about 42 exhibits total, not 400. But
It seems like
I'd have to look at it. I don't have a recollection.
You don't have a recollection of the exhibit?
I know there was some email, but the context of it or what, and I didn't think it was Anna Lippincott or Susan Jones. I thought it was a person that worked for Rob Secor. But I'd be glad to find it so we can be clear and nobody's confused as
Yes,
to
why
what
don't
email
you-
you're talking about, because I don't recall one involving Anna Lippincott. I recall no one involving somebody that worked for Rob Secor, is my recollection. There was something that was my complainant exhibit M. At least in my reference, that's the one that was the email, and I don't recall who it was from, but that's the email, that would be what you're talking about.
Well, see if I can find the exhibit here. To your knowledge, generically, did Anna Lippincott and Susan Jones have communications about in-kind contributions?
So I can look, my knowledge can be specific, because I can look at the exhibit, so yeah, I see these notes, but then they go to these notes that are Tom Danes. The stuff behind there is these Tom Danes, that's the person that worked for Rob Secor, Tom Danes. And so I see exhibit M is a discussion of in-kinding, specifically around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates who have the unique distinction of they were all ORP endorsed, and therefore the ORP would have sanctioned people working on their campaigns. Alan Freeman and Jean Schmidt were not ORP endorsed.
So the answer to my question is yes, Anna Lippincott did ask Sue Jones, and they consulted ORP who should be in-kinded for the staff and the other functions that ORP performed for those candidates.
Well, the list is Frazier.
The list is yes, the answer is yes or no. Was there an email that,
The list is a specific set of candidates that were ORP endorsed, of which neither Freeman or Schmidt. But both Caraway and Mancini worked specifically for Freeman and Schmidt. They didn't work for any of these candidates.
move to strike the answer?
Re-ask the question and let's get that.
Do you have an exhibit that you're looking at that is an email from Susan Jones to Anna Lippincott asking about in-kind contributions, dated February 28th of 2020?
So I think that the list, the notes are in order here, so I have the February 28, 2020 at 9:14 a.m. with the list of candidates. And then below that is Susan Jones asking about ORP in-kind receipts.
Susan Jones asked Anna Lippincott in that email, I don't want to prepare someone's report yet if I need to wait on in-kind information. Thank you. Correct?
Yes.
And Anna Lippincott answered listing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that should be in-kinded. Correct?
It says the ORP list will be. So remember,
And
neither Freeman or Schmidt
It's
were
a
on
yes or
any
no.
ORP list.
Yeah, I mean, it's a yes or no answer to his question. You may not like the answer you have to give, but that's the answer.
I like the answer I have to give, and I think having been in many things like this unique, I have to answer only yes or no, and can't expand on an answer or clarify an answer. I'm asked to respond to basically sound bites out of emails without being able to have any sort of
You
response
get the
on that.
opportunity on redirect.
I think you get the opportunity as a witness, Phil, to be able to expand on your answer normally.
Sometimes, but not necessarily
Not
on
now,
cross.
right? Not
No,
now.
not on cross.
Not for 6.
Not on cross. No, Mr. Hicks, you have the opportunity to redirect, but on
Okay.
cross, you answer the question.
is Jean Schmidt listed on the
No, I've
email?
answered that, I've read off the list, no.
So JPL, ORP do not list Jean Schmidt as an in-kind recipient of aid by ORP. Is that correct?
I would say yes, that's correct, based on this note alone.
And if ORP is not notifying Ms. Schmidt of Mr. Mancini's work, and if JPL is not listing her as a recipient, how is she to know to file a pre-primary or post-primary report that Mr. Mancini was paid by ORP to do whatever he did for the campaign?
Because she was aware of these people, working with them, and talked to Stephen Caraway, she, by her own testimony, almost every day. So she knew these people were compensated and knew they were working with her campaign.
And you have worked on campaigns, have you not, Mr. Hicks?
I've never done anything other than minimalistic volunteer work. My wife does more stuff because she does artwork sometimes for people.
Okay, that's my point. You weren't paid, you were volunteer, correct?
Yes, I've never been paid to work on it. Well, I have been paid to work on a Senate campaign, a federal campaign, but I've not been paid to work on any state campaign.
And many people volunteer on state campaigns, don't they?
Yeah.
And some people are paid, correct?
Some people, well, when they volunteer and they're paid, that's supposed to be reported as an in-kind contribution.
Correct, by the candidate committee who is notified of the in-kind contribution.
No, they don't necessarily need to be notified. They have an obligation to investigate and find that out.
But have you gone to any events in Claremont County that were door-to-door events?
Door-to-door events?
Yes, where they were going to pass out literature to homes.
Like where people meet up in a parking lot?
Correct.
No, I've never done that.
Have you ever observed it?
No.
Have you ever gone to these community meetings that you referenced?
I think that I did have one time met with a group of people in a parking lot that were going to go put up signs related to a school levy.
How many people were there?
Probably about 8 to 10.
And how many of them were being paid and how many were volunteers?
None of them were being paid
How do you know that?
because I knew of the people. So I had personal knowledge of the individuals, and none of them were being paid.
And a candidate who has a door-to-door that meets in a parking lot that has 20 people, how are they to know who's being paid and who's not being paid?
Well, first because they're told that somebody is their campaign manager. Yeah, second because the person themselves told them they're being paid. So the example that I gave, if I'm allowed to expand on the answer, because I just thought of this as a tie-in. So my wife, that campaign where we met in the parking lot for the school levy, my wife did all the artwork for that. And I got then, not investigated, but asked questions by the Board of Elections because the treasurer was told that my wife should have been reported as an in-kind and that the committee should go back and figure out how she was an in-kind because she was a professional artist. The assumption being that she was doing this while on work time, which people who have been involved in politics know that if you have an employee on work time do stuff for a candidate, that is supposed to be reported as an in-kind. First off, my wife has not been employed by a person, she works freelance, so she's not been employed by an agency for years and years, okay? So first off, it's a complete non sequitur because she only gets paid for work she does freelance, she's not on anybody's payroll. But still, originally the treasurer was told that you probably need to go figure out what's the right in-kind to show for the artwork because doesn't she a professional artist and she works with, but it's like, no, she doesn't work for a firm, she did this on her own time and she has no standard hours because she's just a freelance artist. So then nothing needed to be reported. But that was actually something brought up as to that the obligation was on the committee and the candidate. Obviously, if I go back in time to when my wife did work for an agency, which I have to go back 20 years, when she worked for an agency, that agency would not have known the rules about reporting in kind. The candidate would have had to, or the committee would have had to contact them and tell them, we need to show something. But hopefully that helps to clarify a little bit on this concept.
I wasn't concerned with your wife's in-kind contribution, I'm concerned with Mr. Mancini.
It wasn't an in-kind contribution.
And at least, you said Mr. Mancini was paid $7,000 by ORP in February and March of 2020, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Mr. Mancini was paid about $7,000 in the spring pre-primary?
Yes.
How much of that was devoted to Ms. Schmidt's campaign?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know Mr. Mancini's prior testimony that the vast majority of his time was spent on the Freeman campaign.
And in his prior testimony, did he say he recollected going door to door for Ms. Schmidt twice?
So when I've tried to refer to and introduce prior testimony in the Freeman matter, I've been told I'm not allowed to do that. So now you're wanting me to respond to prior testimony that's not in evidence here.
I'll withdraw the question, Mr. Hicks. You don't know how much time Mr. Mancini devoted to the Schmidt campaign, do you?
I think I've already answered that question.
And are you aware if Mr. Mancini notified the Schmidt campaign that an in-kind contribution needed to be reported for his efforts?
No, I'm not aware one way or the other.
And I think we already established neither ORP gave notice of the in-kind, nor did JPL, correct?
Well, JPL would have nothing to do with Mr. Mancini's time. You mean HRCC?
HRCC or JPL.
As far as I know, based on the evidence we have and the email we have, no, that never happened.
And
my supposition is it should have happened.
And at least, I believe you included or affidavit from both Mr. C. Clower and Mr. Mancini, that Mr. Mancini was not directed by ORP to work on the Schmidt campaign.
Which exhibit?
Exhibit 12 I sent to you yesterday. It's a previous exhibit, but for ease.
From the Freeman matter? Yeah, he's already been questioned on this because the ORP did not provide any of the supervision of these people, so he would have no basis to, so it's technically an accurate affidavit, but the ORP did not provide any of the oversight or management of these people. That was done through JPL. They just gave the people to HRCC.
You mentioned Stephen Caraway previously. He was working on quite a number of campaigns in that primary, was he not?
No, he was working on two. His testimony was, in his previous testimony, we'll see what he says today, but his previous testimony is he worked with Alan Freeman and Jean Schmidt.
So I recollect that previous testimony that we're not going to talk about. He said he had those candidates who were in the southern half of Ohio, which were many.
Why don't we address this when Mr. Caraway testifies?
I think that's a good idea. I don't think I have any other questions that I think I'll get an answer on from Mr. Hicks, so I have no other questions.
Mr. Hicks?
Yeah, I'll try to be super brief because I think the key thing is that in that complainant's exhibit 6, the exhibit 7 within there, again, you know, there were I think 5 candidates on the invoice that originally started the process of this case. 2 of them, I could not find any probable cause that they had not reported things. This one, this $164,000 was specifically reported by the campaign as being media, airtime, and mailings, not field personnel and staffing. So there's lots of other things about that line of questioning that I get hit on relating to this, but the reality is that I don't think there'll be anything that shows that those resources were rebuilt or specifically to any of this stuff. It all relies on the belief that actual past campaign finance reporting of what things were for was not accurate. That it wasn't actually for media, airtime, and mailings, be it with a 10% profit margin markup for the media companies, for the media provider of content or not, but that somehow it was for field staffing. So, I guess I don't really have anything else to say, because I want to just move on. I appreciate that Mr. Goldstein's out in the hallway.
I have no other questions.
Thank you. So we want,
Did you want to ask questions?
Yes.
yeah, absolutely, sorry.
Question. So do we have, and we're going to hear from Mr. Caraway, but for Mr. Mancini, I mean, we have pay stubs, we have invoices, but do we have any sort of a timesheet that shows that, I mean, we've testified, and I don't have it all memorized, that Mr. Mancini only worked with 2 campaigns. On the other hand, and I don't want to put in people's mouth, the Schmidt campaign doesn't have belief that there is anything more involved in volunteering. Is there any timesheet or documentation that we have that shows Mr. Mancini providing invoiceable hours to be paid via what he got paid for that relates to the work that he did for HRCC or any other groups mentioned?
Is that question to me or to?
To you, I mean,
Well, I guess
primarily to you.
He's a witness.
Yeah, the question is, the answer is, I don't know. I've never seen any timesheets. There is, and we'll see what we hear today, his prior testimony of his time he spent. There is an exhibit within Exhibit 6, which was the original complaint. So Exhibit 3, which is on page 39, if you have the one that has page numbers on it, there's some emails that point to work taking place. So for example, RJ Mancini being added to administer Jean Schmidt's Facebook page. And then R.J. Mancini and Luke Householder being directed to go to a meeting in Miami Township and get lots of pictures of Jean Schmidt.
Sure, yeah, I remember those.
I actually believe I met, I'll ask him to make sure my memory's not getting weak over the years. I believe I actually met Mr. Mancini and Mr. Luke Householder at a campaign event that was with Jean Schmidt at it, which was a candidate forum that took place at a movie theater. So I think that's where Mr. Caraway introduced me to those two people. It was at a Jean Schmidt, it wasn't a Jean Schmidt event, it was a candidate forum, but it was not the district in which I didn't believe Alan Freeman was part of it, because where I live, it's a different district. I'm sorry, yeah, Alan Freeman's, Schmidt's like the western part of Claremont County, and the big populated townships along the interstate, and then Freeman was running for the one that's the rest of the county. And he wasn't part of the forum because it was a forum for the district that she's in.
But it's a question, so I apologize for something statement, but we don't have a link that says, post this, work was done, actually completed. Just because it was here doesn't mean it was done. It was kind of, you should go, please do this. So know that it was done. And then a invoice of some sort from Mr. Mancini to these groups asking for payment. And that then would relate to the, I mean, we're trying to determine, like, we've got an exhibit that shows he was paid, but I'm looking for a link that shows work done, invoiced, and then connects the paycheck. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
So I think here the standard that we're talking about here is a preponderance of the evidence, which means that it's more likely than not that R.J. Mancini was providing services to our campaign. I think the emails, remember these emails weren't voluntarily provided per se, these were out of discovery requests that were often fought, but also his own prior testimony, which we'll see what he testifies today. And I just want to point out, whether somebody says, I remember the last time we were here, there was a case that you guys heard where the person said, and I wasn't paying total attention, but it said like,
this is non-responsive.
well, it was just a little thing. The point is, if there was compensated activity that took place, whether it was, all $7,000 down to $20, that is to be reported as an in-kind contribution. And the
But if it's volunteer, then it's not, right? I mean, so, and is Mr. Mancini here today? Or?
yes, he's called.
Okay, well then we can learn more of that. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Can I make one quick addition to the emails, just as a side note? R.J. Mancini, if you look at those emails also, was constantly being emailed by Tommy Rolfe. Tommy Rolfe, and if you look at the email list, those were only the people that were the compensated employee people that were working on the campaigns for JPL and Associates.
Thank you. Okay, so next you're going to call,
Yeah, out of respect
Let's give
for
Mr.
him,
Goldstein.
could you call Mr. Goldstein?
is that,
Do I get a say, or?
Yeah,
I'm
you
asking.
do.
Yeah, I'll call Mr. Goldstein because he's been waiting.
Yeah, please, no, Chris will.
thank
You
you.
know, I'm not trying to direct the case, it's just more, like I said, out of respect for him.
Or is he gonna sit here? Or is he-
Yes.
And there, you want me to move it back more than that?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. The court reporter will swear you in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you for waiting, sorry we were running late. So, Mr. Goldstein, can you describe just a little bit your background and your association with Constant Content?
Sure, my name is David Goldstein. I'm a licensed practicing attorney here in the state of Ohio. I primarily practice in civil litigation. Constant Content binder Jeff Longstreth contacted me, I don't know when, maybe a year or 2 years ago, and asked me to represent the company in regard to collections of monies that were owed by certain political candidates or current political individuals.
And so you sent a, just a couple more background questions, but I'm going to try to do it quick. Can you tighten in a little bit? You said a couple years ago or a year ago, when exactly you were retained by Constant Content?
I don't know. I know pursuant to the subpoena, I provided you with some letters that I sent out to several of the candidates. So probably the date of those letters, sometime probably within a 6-month time frame of those letters being sent out.
Okay, so your letter to was sent certified to the Schmidt campaign on 8/6/2021 per the exhibits. So how, if we narrow it down to that, how far in advance of that do you think you were engaged?
Probably sometime maybe three months or 6 months within that time frame.
Okay. Did those invoices, what were they, generally speaking, what were you collecting for?
Sure, and just for the record, to be clear, I did speak with my Constant Content through Jeff Loongstreth, and he did allow me to testify about certain things, but obviously I'm not going to reveal any attorney-client privilege. But basically, what it was is that I was advised that Constant Content would provide certain services to political candidates, including the Republican Party, and they would send mailers out, was my understanding, like cards that they would send out, and they would also pay for that postage. And pursuant to the agreements that Constant Content had with these candidates for the Republican Party, they then would reimburse the Constant Content for providing those services.
And why do you, again, if you've questioned you want to do, and why do you think the high number of those candidates and political committees hadn't paid?
That I have no idea.
Okay. Are you aware of the Larry Householder indictment?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And that at that time, Constant Content, to many, in the eyes of many people, sort of ceased to exist at that point in time?
That I do not know. I guess the only thing that I can state is not anything that my client told me, but I knew about, obviously, First Energy and what was going on. And obviously, Mr. Longstreth, who owned or was one of the owners of Constant Content, was also named in that indictment. But I have no idea why Constant Content was not paid, other than when I did send the letters out, I did receive certain communication from some of the people I sent the collection letters out to, and they responded that they did not feel that they owed the monies, or that they needed additional information to prove that those services were provided and the amounts owed were in fact accurate.
And how did you respond when somebody asked for additional information on the invoices?
I tried to get them the additional information. There's postage information. I tried to contact the U.S. Post Office to try and show that the postage was in fact paid for. I tried to contact some of my colleagues who have dealt with certain issues regarding postage to try and find out, to gather evidence to support the debt was owed. And unfortunately, I could not gather a lot of the information needed.
Okay. Did you feel that your collection efforts were specific to postage, mailers, and drops of mailers?
That was the only thing that was my understanding, was because just of the, again, the postcards that would go out regarding the political candidate and then the paying for the postage.
Okay. So you provided, by the way, were you ever contacted by the FBI or anybody like that associated with Constant Content or Constant Content buildings?
No.
Okay. You provided some exhibits. I don't know if you heard this, I dropped a piece of wood for a fireplace on my foot during the Ohio State games. If I fall down.
I'm sure it's right when you're about to score.
No, it actually wasn't, but thank God it was a small piece of firewood. So that's just an exhibit book, and I'll point to where to look at. So I want to walk through what has been provided, I think mostly all by you, and one of them would be, if you look at those little tabs, there's like little pasted on tabs. One says 723, if you go there and open it up, that's Exhibit A.
Okay, I know.
You're probably familiar with this. And this is your invoice to your attempt to collect the debt from Ms. Schmidt. Do you recognize those documents?
Yeah, well, let me go, are you asking all the exhibits A through the last exhibit?
A through C, I think is, or well, there's several of them if you want to comment. So for the commission, it's complainant's exhibits A, starts with A, but there's several of them that relate to Mr. Goldstein or communications involving Mr. Goldstein. I think A through E relate to you, Mr. Goldstein.
Let me just take a look.
Is there a page at the bottom, Mr.?
In mine, in complainant exhibits, it's the ones that down at the bottom say 723 for, I don't know why I should have put 720. That's because I put July 23. Page 1 through page 9 are those exhibits.
I looked at exhibits A through D,
Yeah.
and those appear to be either communications I drafted and sent out, or communication emails between myself and Mr. O'Brien.
Okay.
And the last one, exhibit D, is I think email communication between myself and you.
Okay. When you were doing this work, did you have any communications with anybody from Constant Content other than Jeff Loongstreth?
I did not.
Okay. Did anybody that you were trying to collect from ask you to talk to anybody like Anna Lippincott or somebody that was involved in Constant Content billing? Did those names did the name Anna Lippincott ever come up?
I don't even know that name now.
Okay. Okay, so you're on what's labeled page 3. It's part of exhibit A. But if you look down the bottom, there's page numbers that I put on these.
Yep, I see that.
So that's the invoice for, you recognize that the invoice you sent to Jean Schmidt?
Yes, that's an invoice that my client provided to me advising that Schmidt for Ohio owed those monies to Constant Content.
Did you ever ask your client or anybody about the date of that invoice, 11/4/2020?
I did not.
Was it your belief that that invoice had been previously provided to the campaign, or you were the first person that was provided to the campaign?
I never asked that question, you know, and again, not trying to reveal attorney-client privilege, but it's my common practice that if a client comes to me and they're looking to collect a debt, I'll inquire a little bit about the validity of the debt and then explain to them how we will attempt to collect that debt. So I don't go into really a lot of detail about whether the invoices are true and accurate. You know, my client, you know, I have to trust them that what they're telling me is true.
Okay. Do you understand, so on this, what happened when you sent, what were your interactions with the Schmidt campaign relating to this invoice, or this collection attempt, which is Exhibit A?
I'm trying to remember, but I don't remember really having much communication with the Schmidt campaign. The only communication that I really remember is having communication with Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, and what was the nature of that communication?
From what I recall, Mr. O'Brien reached out to me and basically was disputing the monies that were owed, and as some of the other individuals were asking if I could provide proof or documentation to support that the debt was owed. And then I typically would then speak to my client's representative at Constant Content, Mr. Longstreth, and then I recall communicating back to Mr. O'Brien that this is what, you know, I'm being told is owed. I don't have any proof of the mailers or anything like that. And then that was basically the extent of the conversation until we reached a resolution.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Jean Schmidt or Peter Schmidt about these?
I don't remember if I did or didn't.
So,
I hear Mr. Schmidt.
So as I will point out this, Ms. Schmidt should probably not talk during somebody's testimony, but she previously testified that she had at least 2 calls with you.
And she may have. I truly don't remember.
Okay.
And I'm not denying that I didn't have conversations with her. I'd have to potentially to look back at my billing records or just to see. I just don't remember.
Do you know what the descriptions mean for these items?
I have no idea.
So you were acting as a collection agent of a debt for indicated you believe was for mail, postage, and dropping those. And were asked for more information and are not familiar with any of the nomenclature used on the invoices?
There was no questions about what the nomenclature was. It was, again, what my understanding was what the services provided by Constant Content was for mailing and for those postcards. That's what my understanding was, so there was no really reason for me to ask my client about what exactly the descriptions were, and that was not raised by Mr. O'Brien when we were communicating about the debt.
So look in there, we might do this quick and then not need to look at it, but, oh, it's close by, so go forward to Exhibit F. Now, Exhibit F has nothing directly to do with you.
Okay.
Okay, so you see like Exhibit F is a note from Megan Fitzmartin.
Yeah, I just met Megan out along.
Okay.
If that's her.
So, yeah, okay. So this is not associated with the Schmidt campaign, but it's, you know, if you look at the top of F, it says 20OH-FRE006, which appears to be some nomenclature that's similar to the invoice that's referring to specific mailers that are in here. You never saw anything like this? You never saw any mailers for any of these candidates and the actual physical mailers?
I did not.
Okay, and in your testimony just now was the first time you've ever met Megan Fitzmartin?
If we were out in the lobby and she was waiting and I said, "Are you here to testify?" She said, "Yes." I introduced myself. She says, "I'm Megan," and that was basically extent. And then I think she indicated to me that she did something for Constant Content or knew Jeff, and that was the end of the conversation. But I've never met her before, never spoken to her before
Okay.
until today.
So the only person that you spoke with about these bills, other than the candidates or the committees, was Jeff Loongstreth?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the organizational structure of Constant Content?
Really, the only thing I'm aware of is that Jeff, I believe, was the principal of that entity, but I'm not aware of any other members, since it's obviously when all this came down regarding First Energy and House Oil, I think a number of documents were seized and Jeff did not have a lot of information provided me regarding Constant Content.
Did you, going back to those exhibits A through, those first couple of exhibits in that 723 section, so the agreement, can you characterize how you came to the agreement that 20,260 would be the right number?
From what I can recall, again, it's been a long time, is that Mr. O'Brien was disputing the amounts owed and the services that were provided. And Mr. O'Brien was saying that this is what he believed through his representation of Schmidt for Ohio was owed. And then obviously I would take that information back to my client. And then typically, like any collection of debt or any, when you're trying to resolve a case, there's a give and take, and then an agreement is reached about the amount of monies that would be owed.
And so that, if I look at that exhibit C, 20,260 invoice,
Yes.
okay, so it says the description is, can you read what the description it says there?
Sure, it says, quote, 20-OH-SCH-003P, 004P, 005P, and 006P.
Okay, and then the rate is, so by the way, if I look at that, that would be, would you agree that that's appears to be four unique things, 3P, 4P, 5P, and 6P?
I mean, it says what it says, I assume that, but I don't know what that means, but yes.
Okay, and then the rate there, the total is 20,260.
Correct.
So if I go back and I look at the invoice in Exhibit A, which is page 3, it says page 3 at the bottom on mine.
Yes, I see.
That's the 39,122 invoice. Is that, you recognize that the 20,260 is a line item on that invoice?
Correct.
Okay, and for the same things that you just read off?
Correct.
3P, 4P, 5P, 6P, okay? Would you also observe the line above, which appears to be for 1P and 2P?
Yes, on page 3 of Exhibit
Yeah.
A, I would agree with that.
Okay, and so if those were identified unique mailers, it would look like in both line items, each unique mailer was about $5,000 and change?
I guess I'm confused when you say unique mailers, what do you mean?
20 OH SCH.001P and SCH.002P, for example, being two mailers.
Again, as I testified earlier, I did not know what those descriptions mean, so I can't answer that.
Okay. If you go back and flip back to page 10, which is Exhibit F.
Okay.
Now, this is not one of them on that invoice, but it's the same, the 20OH.FRE.006. Seeing that and seeing this, would you believe that those represent mailers?
I just don't know, because these are for Alan Freeman and they're not for Schmidt for Ohio, so I really don't know.
So I just want to be clear that you were the collection agent for these debts and didn't even know whether it was for one mailer, multiple mailers, whether a line item was for 2, 3, 4.
Correct. You're right. I was a collection of the debt. My client advised me that this is monies owed. We didn't go into what services were provided. He just said these are the monies owed. And then I would send a letter to the prospective debtors and try and collect these monies.
Okay. On page 6, that's part of Exhibit C,
Okay.
the 20,260 invoice. Who produced that invoice?
I believe my client produced that.
So Jeff Loongstreth?
Well, constant content buying through Jeff Loongstreth.
So they provided that to you?
Correct.
It wasn't cut, pasted, and copied?
I don't know how it was created. I can just tell you that once there was discussions and there was issues, like I said, Schmidt for Ohio was disputing the monies that were owed and whether those services were provided. And then once there was discussions with Mr. O'Brien and I had discussions with my client, then my client obviously said, well, these reached an agreement that these are the services that were provided and then created that invoice.
Okay, so your client then, did your client believe that the invoice on page 3, help me to characterize which of the two of these is the correct scenario or the way to look at it. That your client would have maintained that what's on page 3, the 39,122, was the provided services, but then in order to settle the debt, agreed to take the 20,260 to end the matter.
I think I would agree that my client, Constant Content, believed it was a $39,122 by Schmidt for Ohio's campaign. However, my client could not produce documentation or evidence to support the $39,122. And because of that, obviously, what Mr. O'Brien was saying is that, hey, you can't prove this. However, we believe we owe $20,260, and then that was an agreement that was reached because Schmidt for Ohio was saying that those are the services that they believe were provided by my client. Now, of course, my client disagreed, but that's what Schmidt for Ohio was telling me, and my client then decided to, instead of filing suit or going after the entire amount, decided to resolve the matter for that amount.
So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is Mr. O'Brien and the Schmidt campaign believe that 20OH SCH 003P, 004P, 005P, and 006P were activities for which they were obligated to pay.
I can't say whether that particular description, I just remember from what I can recall, Schmidt for Ohio was willing to pay the $20,260, and yes, that is reflected under the services for those, for the 003P through 006P.
I just want to clarify to make sure I understand whether that negotiation was more in the spirit of to be simplistically, we'll pay about half of it, we think half of it's fair, versus these specific that specific line item was valid and the other line items were not valid.
I don't recall that it was like, hey, we're just gonna pay half of it. That, I don't recall that that was being discussed. I think, again, from what I can recollect, because it's been a while, is that Schmidt for Ohio through Mr. O'Brien was disputing that these monies, the $39,122 was owed, and that the services were provided. And I think there was, that Schmidt for Ohio, from what I could recall, agreed that they owed the $20,260, which does fall under the description that we've been talking about.
Okay, and they would have come to that conclusion by their own research because you couldn't produce any evidence to support the billing?
I can't answer that. You'll have to ask Mr. O'Brien about that. I don't know how they arrived at that.
At the 20,000, but they specifically, 20,260 was the number?
I believe 20,260 was the number that was agreed upon.
Okay. You and I had a conversation on June 6, 2022. Do you agree with that? We had a conversation?
I don't recall the date. Is that the recording that you sent me that I asked for? Yeah, I listened to the recording. I don't recall the date.
Okay.
I'll trust you.
When you hear the recording, do you recollect the conversation?
Yeah, I listened to it. I recollect the conversation.
Okay. I think your testimony's been consistent with that recording. Would you agree?
I hope so.
So, because you even brought up that there were, because I think I originally called you about the Stewart campaigns. And then when I put your, why is this Goldstein guy showing up on other people's campaign finance reports, that's when I put it together that you were doing something. Do you recall us talking about the Stewart campaign, the ORP, the Freeman campaign, and Jean Schmidt's campaign? That we talked about multiple campaigns.
I remember talking about Freeman. The Stewart, I don't remember, but I'm not saying we did not have that conversation.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Did the ORP ever pay?
No. Still
Did
trying.
Stewart ever pay?
I don't believe so, but I'd have to look at my records.
Okay. Did Freeman ever pay?
No.
Okay. So the only person out of those four at least that paid some amount was Jean Schmidt, the Schmidt campaign.
I believe so, but I'm not sure about the first person. I just would have to, that you mentioned, I just have to check my records.
Are you still engaged by Mr. Longstreth to try to collect on those ones that have not been paid?
I'm still engaged by constant content through Mr. Longstreth, yes.
Okay. I asked before if you were familiar with the structure of constant content. And the answer was, I think, no, you're not.
Only that Jeff, is my understanding, is the owner.
Is what?
Is the owner.
Is the owner, okay. If you flip in the book back to the 927 little tab.
Okay.
I'll describe this the hillbilly tabulation of the book. So Exhibit Q in the 927 exhibits.
And I apologize, is this the one that starts with the committee to elect Alan Freeman, the letter?
So in that little book, there should be a little tab that says 927.
Right, I'm there.
Oh, yeah, okay. So before we look at that,
Okay.
beyond that, before we look at Q, since you're there, so I can look at N. These are in the news exhibits I submitted for today.
If I
Excuse me.
may interrupt a minute, I don't believe we have an
It was
exhibit.
the new one. It
Oh,
starts
it's the
with
new
that.
one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
aisle 5, okay. I've been following along, but I didn't
Well,
see that
it's
one.
difficult.
You are, okay. Thank you. I apologize, thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know either, so thank you.
So Exhibit N, you familiar with Exhibit N?
Yes.
Okay. So, and how did Exhibit N come to be?
Sure. I believe that I was contacted by either you indicating that you were going to subpoena me or had previously subpoenaed me, but I never received service of that subpoena. And at some point in time, I don't know if it was Mr. Richter or someone emailed me asking if I would accept service of a subpoena for today's hearing. I said yes. And And then you and I had conversations saying, in order to avoid me appearing today, would I be willing to sign an affidavit? And I said, yes. You drafted an affidavit, I made revisions to that affidavit, and then I signed Exhibit N.
Okay, and then that, so I apologize that you have to be here today after doing that. So you know, within this, you have, you included some other exhibits, including one of them on page 5 is, page 5, it says at the bottom within there,
Yep.
in Exhibit N. That's the Alan Freeman exhibit, because this dealt with the other, which is the large, similar kind of invoice from Constant Content. Now, what I asked you though was about the structure, so that was Exhibit Q. We just ended up at N because I just wanted to hit that very quickly. So why don't you flip forward to Exhibit Q? It's page 11 at the bottom.
I am there.
So, based on looking at that, what kind of entity is Constant Content? Exhibit Q.
Right, I'm looking at Exhibit Q. It's filing on articles of incorporation. It looks like it says Constant Content Company, CO.
Okay, so is it a LLC or a corporation?
I mean, according to this file, it looks like corporation.
Okay. In your work with Jeff Loongstreth, did it ever come up that you were doing any work for another entity called JPL and Associates?
No.
Are you aware of JPL and Associates at all?
The only reason I'm aware of JPL Associates is Mr. Longstreth has received numerous subpoenas from several entities since the first energy matter, and I have seen in those subpoenas JPL mentioned, but I don't really know.
You don't have any familiarity?
I don't
It's not been
represent
part of-
JPL.
It's never been part of your discussions with Mr. Longstreth?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm not going to go into the discussion of that with Mr. Longstreth.
Okay.
Because attorney-client privilege, the only thing I'll say is I do not represent JPL. I don't believe.
You've not been retained for JPL. Okay. Are you familiar with the campaign finance laws related to corporations?
Not at all.
Okay, so if you're, if you look at, okay, so if you look at Exhibit O, which is back on page 7, it was in that, it was right before Q, so it should have, I was like just a little bit.
Hopefully it's before P. There we go.
Okay, so if you look at, on the back side of that, on the page labeled 7 is instructions for this form, and this is for recording deaths.
You looking at page 7?
Yeah, it says page 7 at the bottom.
I'm there.
So if you look at the left side of that, there's 2 paragraphs. The bottom paragraph, like 4 lines up halfway through, it starts with A. The A starts on a, you know, would be a, maybe if you could just read that part from where the letter A is on a separate line, and then that, just to the end of that paragraph.
Objection, having this witness read forms from, I think it's a Secretary of State form, it speaks for itself. I don't, Mr. Goldstein said he had no knowledge of campaign finance matters.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are you attempting to get to here?
Well, then I'll read it and ask a question. So I have a question for you about that statement.
Can you, and I apologize, can you direct me where, I guess I'm a little.
So if you look at that, see where it says the instructions for Form 31N, it looks like that?
It says at the top, statement of outstanding debts, Form 31-N.
Yes.
And then it begins outstanding debts.
Yes, and then the second paragraph of that, halfway, a little more than halfway down, there's a line that starts A at the end of a line.
And then corporation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you a question about this, but it says a corporation engaged in business can only forgive debt owed by a ballot issue committee. Forgiveness of debt owed by a non-ballot issue committee would be a contribution by the corporation and therefore illegal. So when your client was representing that they had done all these $39,000 worth of work and then agreeing to essentially forgive $18,000, and your client was a corporation, wouldn't that be a corporate contribution?
I don't feel comfortable in answering that because I have no idea, because again, do civil litigation, I do absolutely nothing with election law or campaign finance, so I do not feel comfortable to answer that question. I mean, the only thing I can say is my client, as a corporation, believed it was owed certain monies from candidates we described, and obviously in this particular case, Schmidt for Ohio disputed that she was owed those monies. So I'm not sure how that comports with this. I guess I'll leave it up to the experts.
Okay, so, but you're a lawyer, and you were engaged specifically for the collection of campaign finance debts owed to a corporation. You didn't research the laws relating to corporations and campaign finance?
I guess I respectfully disagree with you. I was asked to collect debts that were owed by, basically politicians or prospective politicians, and that's what my role was. I was not looking into campaign finance or violations of any rules regarding candidates or campaigns.
So if you go back to Exhibit A, which is page 1 of the same section you're in, you're still in the section that would have Exhibit A, I think, unless I said that. No, it would be before that, the 723 section, Exhibit A. So complainant Exhibit A. Who is your letter to?
The debtor, Schmidt for Ohio.
So what is Schmidt for Ohio? Is that a candidate? Or a legal campaign entity?
Basically, I do not know. I never really, it was not a concern of mine to collect, my client's telling me Schmidt for Ohio owes money. I really was not concerned at this point when you send a collection letter as to the entity, whether it's a C Corp, S Corp, political campaign or anything like that nature. That was really not my concern when I'm trying to collect a debt.
Do you do debt collection for non-political entities?
We do some of it. We don't do a lot of debt collection, but we do some.
So when you do debt collections, do you do any consumer debt collection or business debt collection?
We do some for business.
Now, aren't there certain laws and rules about what you're allowed to do as a debt collector? Like you can't call people at home. You can't
Right. There's certain pretty basic things that we would never do. Yeah, you can't call people at home. You can't harass them, that type of thing.
So, but in this case, when you did these, you were sending to the campaign committee. And I think the Stewart invoice is the same to this Friends of Brian Stewart.
I would tell them all the invoices I sent out there, all the demand letters, collection letters I sent are all basically identical.
Okay, but but you had not, just to clarify for sure, you had not at that time or subsequent had any did anything to observe what many of the laws were relating to collecting debts from campaign committees?
I did not. Didn't think it was necessary.
So had you been aware of, well, if you could look at Exhibit P, which says page 8 in the 927 section, Exhibit P, the newer ones.
Sure, I'm there.
So does that, this is the statute, I'm not going to belabor the statute and so forth. Now, when you leave here, let me try to make it in a collegial way. When you leave here, given that you're still in the act of trying to collect campaign debt for a corporation, will you spend some time researching what these laws are?
Well, I guess no. I mean, how is this statute, use of corporation, labor, organized funds for political, relate to my trying to collect debt? I guess, and I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm just like, I have a client who comes to me, says I provided these services, whether to a political campaign, politicians, whatever you want to call it, and he says the monies are owed. I was not aware of any laws that don't allow me to send a collection letter to these entities saying you owe this money. And so this statute, I haven't had a chance to look at it, looks like it would not apply to me. And I'm not gonna threaten, I don't threaten anyone, I'm not gonna threaten candidates or politicians to say, if you don't pay this, I'm coming to this committee, or I'm reporting. I don't, that would be, in my opinion, unethical and potentially a violation of collecting debts. So I look at this statute, and I haven't read it fully, but I don't think it would apply to me trying to collect the monies that I believe constant content is in.
But when you are collecting, so the statute in the thing on the form, on the Secretary of State form, which is a very net version of the statute, that's why I pointed to the form, because that specifically makes legal rules as to the ability of a corporation to negotiate or forgive debt when it relates to campaign debt. Because otherwise, you might have, Kroger could pay $10 million and then say we forgive with everything we were owed. And so my question is, how would that not apply, that you would need to be as a lawyer collecting debt for a corporation who did campaign work? How would it not apply that you're not allowed to forgive debt?
I can't answer that. I don't know. Again, I've not researched this. I'm telling you what I believe at the time that, about the debt and what we did. And remember, I guess it's sort of interesting. You're saying forgiveness of a debt, but obviously there's a dispute in this particular case, especially with Schmidt for Ohio, as to whether, the debt was owed or not owed. Obviously, it was my position through my client that the monies were owed by Schmidt for Ohio. Schmidt for Ohio said, we don't owe those monies, we only owe these monies for the services provided. My client could not provide me proof to show and prove the debt if we were to file a lawsuit or take other action, so therefore he agreed to the number that we've already previously discussed.
Okay, so if you go look at, it is exhibit number 6. So it's going to be way towards the front. It's going to be in that first section that says 5-4. There's a little tip on it that says 5-4. And then the page number for that is hard to read because it is, it's over the top of other typing. But it's exhibit 6. It's exhibit 6. There's a bunch of exhibits in there. If you can read it, it's page 78 actually in there. It's hard to read those numbers at the bottom. Is it 73? 73. Page 73. It's hard to read. Page 75 is easy to read because there's nothing. If you go to page 75.
So you want me on exhibit 6? Because exhibit 6 is the only one I have, is just a check.
Exhibit 6. So we would be in the 5-4 section. So so the front section, right after the list, the 5-4 section. If you go to page 75.
But that's exhibit 6.
Yeah, but go to page 75. Exhibit, that's within an exhibit. There's a bunch of sub-exhibits. It'll be easiest to find if you go to page 74, 75. And we're going to flip back one page because the page number is blocked out on the page I want to look at.
So page 74 says exhibit 13. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So flip back one page because I actually want you to look at the prior page, but it's, if you look at it, the page number is disrupted by the printing that was already there.
Okay.
So this is not your invoice, okay, but it's a debt, and it's a constant content debt. And if you notice on the far right column, what's the bottom, in the header, what's the bottom line say?
I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right place. I apologize, I'm not familiar. Is this what you want me to look at right here? It's labeled campaign finance.
The bottom one of that.
Right, but I want to make sure.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm on the right page.
Yes.
Okay. So let me just finish. So you're asking where it says 31N constant content company.
Correct.
Okay.
And this is not your invoice, by the way. So this is not, I'm just using that for illustrative purposes. Sure. Because I could remember where it was. You see on the right side of that, the bottom line, it says, in the header, what does it say?
Where it says employer/PAC number, purpose forgiven.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Okay. So the, so a corporation, an LLC could forgive a debt, but a corporation cannot. if it believes that debt is valid. So, are you aware of that distinction?
I am not.
Or were you aware of that distinction before now?
If you're telling me that's the distinction, this is the first time I'm hearing of it. Again, I have no knowledge about campaign financing or anything else. I continue to state.
Do you do any work outside of mailers that were done by Constant Contacts? Do you do any collection work for the Ohio Republican Party? And I know you're not doing that for the Ohio Republican Party. No. I said that for them. You don't do any work for the Ohio Republican Party?
Do I do any work for them?
Yeah. No, other than trying to collect from them,
Well,
for Jeff Loongstreth?
Yeah.
For Constant Contact? Okay, so you don't do any work for the Ohio Republican Party. Have you ever met or know of Rob Secor?
Name doesn't ring a bell.
R.J. Mancini?
Nope.
Are you familiar with the term HRCC?
No.
Okay, have you ever heard of Stephen Caraway?
No.
You met Megan Fitzmartin in the hallway for the first time.
Yeah.
You've never met or know of Anna Lippincott?
Name does not sound familiar.
On any of the work that you've been trying to collect for, was there ever any discussion of it being for field services like door knockers and things like that?
No.
Okay. So it was only, as far as you know, it was for mail, postage, and drops.
Yeah, and that's what, again, that's what I was told, yes. And my client was advising me, I'm allowed to say that, but that's what we told, obviously,
Okay.
if people are collecting, those were the only things that my understanding was.
On any of the, either this or anything else you're at liberty to discuss, have you ever seen any backup to support what's on the invoices? Like an example of a mailer or a bill from a printer?
I've never seen a bill from the only thing maybe, I might have seen like a sample mailer, maybe, you know, I know it was not for Schmidt for Ohio, and it wasn't those ones that you showed me for, I think, Freeman. I can't remember because I didn't know exactly what it was, so I think Mr. Longstreth just showed me something like a sample of what it was.
Okay. And your collection efforts were all about the same time, like this date, the date you were contacted the Schmidt for Ohio campaign, 8/6/21, right? Is that right?
Yeah, it's somewhere in that time frame, if that's.
Okay. So in the two-year period since then, of the ones that have come up here, Freeman, Stewart, the ORP, and Schmidt, the only person that has paid anything that you're aware of is Schmidt?
Out of those four, yes.
Okay. Have other clients paid?
I think maybe one other person has paid.
Okay.
I can't remember who that is, but yeah, I think one, maybe two.
Okay. And is there, what would you say is the number one reason the other people haven't paid? Or the explanation they give as to why they're not paying?
Sure, the individuals or their attorneys that I've spoken with basically have said, we want to see proof, we want to see proof. I really can't, as I've indicated today, my client doesn't have documentation other than his own word and the invoices to establish that.
And you never had any proof that you could give to the Schmidt campaign?
Other than the invoice and the representations of Mr.
Okay, but no
Longstreth.
examples of mailers or bills from printers or anything like that?
Correct.
So why then did the Schmidt campaign pay you anything?
I'm hoping because they're honest. I mean, that they believe that the services were provided and that they.
But you're not sure, but there are no specific services?
Well, again, from my recollection, it's been a while. If you look at the emails between myself and Mr. O'Brien, Schmidt campaign was disputing that the services that my client indicated were provided on the original invoice. I believe the Schmidt campaign agreed that the services that they eventually paid for were provided, and that's why they paid for it.
Okay, so that would mean that you believe that it was represented to you that they thought that line item was legitimate, and the other line items were not?
I believe that's the case, my guess is they would not have paid anything.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Goldstein, your original letter to Schmidt went to her campaign committee in Loveland, Ohio, correct?
Yes.
And that was on or about August 6th, at least according to the certified letter.
Yeah, I see my assistant didn't put the date on here, but yes, that's correct.
That certified letter is dated August 3rd.
Okay.
That would be correct.
I would have no reason to dispute.
And I contacted you a week later via email on August 13th, correct?
That is correct.
And there's an exhibit there that reflects that
Which exhibit?
in the packet.
Exhibit B.
And in that, I indicated that I did represent the Schmidt campaign committee. She received a letter just this week that it was dated November 8th of 2020, that we had not seen the invoice before, and that we did not understand or know what the services described there. And at least I think I referred to the numbers as unknown.
Can I ask for clarification, because exhibit D in my book is,
B as in boy.
oh, B, okay, good.
And in that email, I indicated that the description for the services was unknown, had names and numbers that we didn't understand, and we didn't know that what those services were for, correct?
That's correct.
And at that point in time, did I ask you if you have any justification for this bill, please provide it and we'll pay it?
Yes.
And this email was back in August of 2021. Did I call you several months later and say, Mr. Goldstein, have you found anything that supports your claim for $39,000?
You did. As I previously mentioned, that's when I was trying to gather the information through the postal carrier and do an investigation because my client could not produce what was needed to support the debt.
And any delay in this whole process before there was a negotiated payment was caused by you and or Mr. Longstreth trying to find information or justification for the bill you'd sent. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And eventually an amount of $20,000 was negotiated. You sent a new bill and we paid it, correct?
Yes.
And how many of those letters did you send out to campaign committees? Do you know?
A lot. At least maybe 15 to 16, somewhere in that, maybe more.
15 to 16 you sent out, and I think you said that maybe one other person besides me, Jean Schmidt, paid a negotiated amount for the billing.
One or two, yes.
Yes, and that was done in January of 22, and the constant content was paid, correct?
Yes.
And the balance was written off by constant content, correct?
I don't know what constant content did, again, because there was a dispute, so we could not prove that the debt was owed, so I'm not sure what constant content did with the debt. But obviously, you know, Schmidt for Ohio doesn't owe any additional monies to constant content.
And if you had to file a lawsuit and go to court, could you have proven $39,000 or $20,000?
Well, I mean, as you know, the burden of proof, the only testimony would have been from Jeff Loongstreth, who's now basically a convicted felon, so it might have been a little bit challenging if we could try in front of a judge or attorney.
Okay, if I can approach the witness, I'm going to hand you Respondent's Exhibit number 11. That is a prior invoice.
They're all in that book, Ron, so you just want to thumb up to 11.
Okay, well,
Yours are in there too.
I don't know what, oh, is it?
You just want to-
Yeah, why don't I just hand that to make it easier? It's Respondent's Exhibit 11. It's a prior invoice from Constant Content in, I believe, March of 20.
That's what it says.
And it's for a total of $164,000.
That's what it says.
And you were not collecting any part of that invoice, were you?
No, I've never seen this invoice until today.
And there's some descriptions on that invoice that are somewhat similar to the invoice you sent to the Schmidt campaign.
I'm going to object because he's already said he had nothing to do with this invoice. So what's the purpose of the line of questioning?
Go ahead, what is the purpose?
I hadn't finished my question first, but I think the purpose is to have the witness compare the kind of numbers that are on the invoice in March that reference 20-OH-SCH-002, which are similar kinds of numbers to the bill that was sent in August of 21. And looking at those, are there numbers and references that aren't specific and easily understandable on both of them, I guess is my point.
Reasonable, go ahead.
Yeah, I think just for the people that are listening, I'm looking at Exhibit A under tab 723, which is the Schmidt for Ohio invoice that I sent. Mr. O'Brien's asked me to compare that to Exhibit 11. And, I mean, I guess your question is, yeah, I mean, there's similarities. Like, if you look at Exhibit 11, it says 20-OH-SCH-002 on one of the line items. Looking at invoice that's Exhibit A, it's similar. It's 20-OH-SCH- on these it says 001, but then there's a P. So I guess there are similarities and not similarities, if that's what you're asking.
And since they were not specific, other than those non-understandable numbers and references, it seemed reasonable to you for us to have questioned, have we billed for this before and been paid for this before?
Yeah, I mean, if I was any individual and I'm receiving an invoice saying you owe this money, and you're saying, well, this is different from previous invoices, we don't understand why we owe this, or what did you provide? Yeah, that makes it reasonable in my opinion.
And as we continue to ask what Mr. Longstreth had to prove to justify his services, you were unable to provide anything other than the invoice itself in his word.
Through constant contact in Mr. Longstreth, that is correct.
Okay, I have no questions. Thank you.
Ready for you, Brett?
Yeah, but do you normally do, if they have any questions?
Well, go ahead and tell me what you're doing, we'll see.
So, I'm gonna have you look at those same two invoices again real quick.
So the Exhibit 11, the third item, the third item down, it dated 2/12/2020. What's that? Can you see that item?
Is that the one that says cable airtime?
Yes, correct.
I do see that.
Do you see any cable airtime type charges on the invoice you provided?
On Exhibit A, no.
Okay. Photo shoot is the first line item. Do you see any photo shoot type items on yours?
Yeah, I mean, and just maybe to speed things up, and I don't mean to interrupt. Looking at comparing Exhibit 11 to Exhibit A, I'll represent none of the line items on Exhibit A, which is the invoice I sent to Schmidt for Ohio, matches up with anything on the Exhibit 11 that I can see from the language.
Would you also agree that there are items on Exhibit 11 that are clearly beyond mailers, postage, and mail drops?
The language is, I don't know what those were, but obviously photo shoots, stickers, cable airtime, radio airtime, yes.
Okay, so and you previously represented that you were collecting specific to postage, mailers, and drops.
I didn't say drops, just to be clear. What I said was, again, what my client told me he has allowed me to say, and I've told other people, is that he advised that the invoices that I sent out for collection, including Schmidt for Ohio, was for postage, and then those postcards that I've previously mentioned.
Okay, so
That are like mailers, I guess they call them.
okay, so in the call that we had, and I'm not, it could be a distinction without a difference, so I'm not trying to harp on it. I think you made a representation on the call that I can play if we want to play the recording. Here. Okay, that all I was doing was invoices for, like I said, postage, mailers, and those drops. So the term drops is frequently used to referring to the whole process of getting a mailer out. I drop it.
Yeah, I believe that's what I meant, drop it off. Back in my early days, I started my career in some governmental offices, and you would have to go do lit drops, which I'm sure everyone's.
Right.
So that was not what I was referring to, like a lit drop, that's my understanding. It was like dropping at the post office.
Okay, so that's, I just wanted, I wasn't trying to ask
that's
a tricky question,
No.
but the drops in the context of that term relating to the function of getting something in the mail.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so, I could be wrong, but yes, that was my understanding.
So Mr. O'Brien, when questioning you just now, he referred to as that you negotiated the amount and that the balance was written off, and you responded affirmatively to both of those things. When I questioned you, you had said it was your understanding they had agreed that the items on that line item, the 20,260 line items, were the valid items. What's the right answer?
Sure, so let me clarify. My recollection, and I'll let all of you rely upon what you heard, but I said I did not know if Constant Content wrote it off. My understanding is that there was a dispute between Schmidt for Ohio and Constant Content as to what services were provided and what was owed. And Schmidt for Ohio, my understanding, agreed that they owed the $20,260, and that's why a subsequent invoice was created. I don't know for what purpose again, but that's my understanding.
I just want to be clear that in the testimony to me, you represented that they were agreeing that those items listed in the description were valid and paying it.
Well,
Versus the concept that was we negotiated from 39 down to 20 and we picked that line item and go.
I guess I'm making an assumption. I mean, I would think that Mr. O'Brien would not pay for something that was not provided by Constant Content. And so that's why, again, it's my position that based upon the fact that we redid the invoice, that's what Schmidt for Ohio was agreeing to pay, and that those agreed that those were the services provided.
So it was reported in the press that the records of Constant Content were seized by the feds. Do you think that played any role in the inability to provide detail?
Well, I wish Constant Content had all their documents, including proof to show that all the services they provided and all their invoices that was there, so I could, assist them to collect all these monies. So yeah, I wish that was.
And I know
available.
I'm asking a question might object to, but we'll see. Did your client express to you that it was difficult to find the information because it had been seized by the feds?
I don't think I ever asked him that question. I don't have a problem. I don't think I ever asked him that question. I just was like, do you have any documentation? Do you have everything? And he's like, we just don't have it.
Okay.
I don't think I went into about seizing and where the information is.
Okay, and all that, it has to be very frustrating trying to collect, and I'm sure you get some percentage of what you collect, I don't care what that is. But then your client can't produce documents, but you're saying you never had any deeper discussion about why he can't produce backup?
He just didn't have it. I mean, again, this happened a long time ago. Constant Content, we know that search warrants were executed on Mr. Longstreth on a number of the businesses he was involved in. And so I just said you had more documentation, and he just could not produce that documentation. Where that is right now, whether FBI still has it or it's just gone, I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, all right, I think I have no further questions.
Questions from commissioners? Mr. Goldstein?
I have one. And understand this is a unique situation, given the indictment and whatnot. But did you have any conversations in any of these cases, I guess specific to Schmidt is the most important one, around why Constant Content and Longstreth didn't send the invoice to Schmidt for Ohio, contact Schmidt for Ohio? I mean, typically, right, at least in my experience with debts, when I invoice my clients, for example, if they haven't paid, I resend the invoice, and then I call, and it doesn't go to a collection agent until way down the road when you feel it's uncollectible. Here it seems, at least from what I've heard, the constant content went straight to a debt collector billing. Can you maybe help me understand why there wasn't that kind of interaction with Schmidt for Ohio in regards to these invoice services that you were collecting for?
So just so I understand your question, sir, you're asking why did Constant Contact directly contact Schmidt for Ohio as opposed to coming to me?
Well, at least, yeah, I mean, that would be typical, right?
I think because of what was transpiring with First Energy,
Okay.
I think that is my understanding. Again, I don't believe I'm revealing anything that's privileged, but I think just because of First Energy that since Mr. Longstreth, my understanding, was the sole owner of Constant Content, he was more likely not, I'm assuming this based upon my past experience, being advised by counsel not to speak with anyone about anything.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, thank you.
Any other questions? I have one question. I'm not sure whether it's a question or a comment, but I guess I'll phrase it as a question. It was brought to your attention that corporations are not allowed to forgive a debt without being considered a donation to be recorded. But since it's constant content forgiving the debt, would it be their responsibility to report that, or as opposed to your responsibility?
When you say, so.
Forgiving that it was $39,122 and then it was paid off as $22,60, would that be constant content's responsibility in forgiving that, or is that your responsibility?
You say you're the attorney?
Yes, correct, as a collection agent.
I wish I could answer that question. I don't know. I don't think it would be, I mean, again, I'll sit here. I was not familiar with that statute. I didn't know that it had any applicability to what I was doing. So unfortunately, I don't think I can answer that question as to whether that duty would fall upon the corporation or upon the attorney. I mean, as I sit here today, I'll tell you that if that is the law, that when a debt is written off or forgiven, the corporation is to do something with that information, then that's probably something as a lawyer that I should have known and then advised Constant Content. But we all know Constant Content has been doing this for years, so I can only assume that Mr. Longstreth was maybe had known that, but I don't know. That's an assumption. So.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
So, looking at the exhibits here, the way that the settlement was recorded was as a payment to David A. Goldstein, OPA, as opposed to Constant Content. And, you know, as is typical in these situations, you ask that the check be made out to you, or to your firm, as opposed to your client. Which I understand is all difficult. I guess in your expertise as a lawyer who does debt collection, is the, because to me at least this is important to how it should be recorded, why and by whom, is the debt to you, which the check was made to you, the Secretary of State recorded it as a settlement to your firm, is it to you, your LPA firm, or your client, Constant Contact?
I mean, the debt to me is I'm not getting money. We get the check,
And you keep your
put it in our trust
commission,
account, put it
and
in
you
our trust account,
send
and
it,
then
yeah.
do what then my client
Yep.
will instruct me what to do with that as funds. So that I am not the debtor
Okay,
by any means.
okay.
But
Thank you.
it's just payment instructions. Like, I'll give you an example. Again, I don't do a lot of debt collection. I do like insurance defense, personal injury, other litigation. You settle a personal injury case, a lot of times, sometimes the carrier will just make the check right out to the attorney. Or if you said, like I settle an employment case, where they're making it directly out to me, putting it in my trust account, then I'm dispersing it to my clients, but I'm not obviously the individual entity that was harmed by that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question. I'm just thinking about this at large, you know, all of the people, the individuals taken out of the equation, looking at the scenario. Is it possible that the bills that were issued were not ever accurate at all? And when they were mitigated and pushed back on, then the reason they're pulling back the debt is because it may not have been accurately assigned from the get-go, because if somebody's in a state of distress, they may or may not be issuing any type of bill to get said debts addressed in a larger pool. And, you know, I'm just thinking about when any organization, any entity, anybody's getting press or PR that is negative to that degree, I imagine that staff is fleeing. I don't know if that was the case in the scenario, but I can just see an operation that's pretty massive going to a one-man shop almost overnight, and then people doing anything that they can to try to collect. And so I wonder, was it potentially misassigned debt from the initial state, and it's just the parties that were receiving it either were accepting and acknowledging it, or were fighting back to get it mitigated to the right size fit for the services actually received, and there wasn't good tracking on the part of those that were sending bills out.
And that's a good question. I wish I could answer that. From an attorney standpoint, when Constant Content hired me, I wanted all information to support the debt, because I know when you send these letters out, it's going to say, we want proof. And unfortunately, Mr. Longstreth, through Constant Content, could not provide me. And that's not a good thing from when you're sitting in my shoes. And so when we did send this out, and Mr. O'Brien, as I indicated, reached out to me, they are disputing the debt. They're saying, David, give us proof, give us proof, give us proof. And I'm going to my client saying, what do you have, what do you have? Well, we did all these mailers, and I'm like, let me do some research, let me try and help you. And so, obviously, Constant Content believes that their invoice is correct and accurate, but as you indicated, I don't know who else worked in the office, there could be mistakes. You know, it could have been for other candidates. I mean, like I said, I was doing 15 to 20 of these, somewhere in that range, of trying to collect from different entities, you know, for Constant Content. So I wish I had all that. And so, because that might have changed things, you know, if I were able to show Mr. O'Brien, here's A, B, C, D, E, everything we did for Schmidt for Ohio, here we go, we're owed the monies, that would be different. But Mr. O'Brien is obviously saying, we disagree with you, and as many of these other candidates have said to me, that we just don't believe we owe the monies. And whether, you know, whether they believe that these services were in fact provided, I'm just going on the word of my client.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the only reason I ask the question is because it seems to me it'd be hard to understand what is actual a liability of, if it was not reflected in the actual product, how you would assume that it was a debt forgiven, or stand on that concretely. I'm not saying it's not an excellent valid point that's been brought to us, but to me, it sounds like it's unknown whether anything was or was not received, and so that we're lacking clarity on our part.
And again, the debt for forgiveness, you know, I can't answer whether, you know, the debt was in fact forgiven, because there's dispute as to what the debt was owed. And so Constant Content says, fine, we'll take this, and I don't know what Constant Content did with the remainder, but Constant Content agreed that this was the ones that were owed and accepted that. So I'm not even sure that there was a forgiveness of debt. That's something that would have to be addressed by Constant Content and by me.
I have a follow-up question to that. So there was, in your mind, in your client's mind, evidence that work was done for that $20,260 that satisfied you, satisfied your client?
Sure. And just to understand, the only thing that was in my mind that satisfied me is based upon the representations made by my clients. I had no proof otherwise, you know, as I indicated. So I relied upon what my client was telling me, and based upon what my client was telling me, that was the justification, correct? That answers your question.
I guess my question is really getting to, was there more evidence that the $20,260 was in fact owed versus those other items on the invoice that initially were said to be owed?
The only evidence that I had was my client's word, and then Mr. O'Brien, you know, we were negotiating and we redid the invoice. I made the assumption that Schmidt for Ohio was being truthful and saying, okay, these services were provided, that's why we're willing to pay for them. That's the only, and I'm making an assumption, that's not, that's the only evidence I have.
I guess I just want clarity. You saw nothing that showed a mailer. These are the mailers that we designed, produced, and it costs X amount for the paper, et cetera, or for the stamps, et cetera. For this, the one that had the 4 different 005 for, et cetera. You didn't see anything that substantiated more than those other invoices for various amounts that showed your client could prove that something was in fact done for that $20,260.
Correct, I had no other corroborating evidence other than my client's testimony. No mailers, no postage information done. Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, things popped in my head. So, and I mean, I guess you can answer it specifically to Mr. Longstreet, that's the content, but probably under attorney-client privilege, so I'll ask it more broadly. Understanding that it's not your core business, do you typically charge an hourly rate plus commission, or just straight commission on collections?
Sure, typically I don't do a lot, so it depends for whom you're doing it. Mr. Longstreth, I got to know him after the first energy, and so built a relationship sort of outside of the legal area. So he came to me and I said, sure, I'll help you out with this. And so, so there you usually can do a different arrangement, whether it's, hey, I'm going to charge, I'm going to bill you hourly or do contingent. I'll represent him. I don't have a problem. I was billing him hourly for this at a low hourly rate. I do that for some other clients sometimes when they come to me, but if it's someone who I really don't know and I think it's a good case and we can collect the debt, then I will do a percentage. I mean, as an attorney, when you decide whether to do something hourly or on a contingent, depending on the case, you look at the risk to the attorney. Hey, is this a really good case and I could collect 100, 200,000 and take a third or 25% of it? Great. Or this is a tough one. I'm going to bill you hourly on this because I don't want to take the risk. So it's considerations on what you're doing fact by fact basis.
Well, you answered. The second one is going to be, did you charge a higher commission rate given the lack of evidence supporting it, but you charge an hourly rate?
Yeah, I charge an hourly rate because, again, like I indicated when I first got it, I'm like, I need proof, and hey, the invoices and my word. I was like, okay, it's going to be, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate your patience.
Just good to you, sir.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Take care. Oh, I apologize. If you want Megan, because she said call her on it because she was going back to her office. That is what she told me.
That's fine.
Thank you. So at this point, let's break for lunch. Is it okay to come back at 1 o'clock? Yeah. 20 minute break, is that? That's perfect.
Can I ask a procedural question? So you still sent a note yesterday saying that we were going to finish at 4 today? Is that a hard thing or not? I'm only asking because my car's parked in a place that closes at 5. So if it's not a hard thing, I want to move my
It's
car.
a hard stop, I have to be.
Okay.
You're going to see me in the morning now at 4 or not.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna take a recess right now, or a break, or whatever you call it. We'll be back at 1. I'm gonna call our session back into our meeting back into session. So at this point, Mr. Hicks will.
Megan Fitzmartin, please.
Thank you for appearing. The court reporter will swear you in.
Swear from tell the truth, only truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I did.
Heather, thank you for, we've only ever met in these locations. So, thank you for appearing. So, Ms. Fitzmartin, can you just describe relating to kind of from the 2020 campaign forward, what was your role in that campaign, and then what do you do now? now?
In what campaign?
The 2020 primary campaign.
In the 2020 primary campaign cycle, I was contracted with JPL and Associates and Constant Content to do work for Ohio House races, the Republican Party.
And then when did that begin and when did that end?
In the 2020 cycle,
Yeah.
so, you know, the cycle, I guess, would start the day after the election day in 2018, and because they're 2-year terms.
Okay, so you worked for Constant Content JPL from the end of the last election all the way through the
Oh, no, sir, sorry, you asked what my involvement is with the 2020 cycle. So I engaged with JPL, you know, my company, contracted with JPL and Associates and Constant Content in September of 2017. It's been a lot. What do you mean?
September of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2020 was not the first primary that you
No.
helped with? Okay. And you said JPL Constant Content. Can you describe who you work for? You work for both of them, or what was?
So again, my LLC was contracted with JPL and Associates for political consulting and Constant Content for media.
And what was the name of your LLC?
MC Fitzmartin LLC.
Did you do work with any other entities other than Constant Content, JPL and Associates during that general time period, 2017, I guess you're saying through?
Yeah, I believe I've worked on grants and such. I was contracted with a couple of entities.
Okay, anything involving political campaigns or?
No, sir.
Okay. In the 20.
Sorry, let me just clear. No, not in those 2 cycles.
Okay, so subsequent to that or prior to that?
Yeah, of course.
What you say?
Of course, yes. That's what, you know, that's my career. So yeah, I've been contracted with a number of campaigns and political entities.
Okay, but just so I'm clear, from about, I'm not asking specific, September 2017 to when was the end date of, per se, your employment or your, well, I guess it wasn't employment, your contract. When did your LLC contract end with Constant Content or?
I terminated my association with both JPL and Associates and Constant Content on July 21st, 2020.
And why that date?
That was the date that I no longer felt that I should be associated with those 2 entities.
Do you remember, okay, so that was due as a result of the indictments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you remember, it's not going to try to put me down an exact date, the indictments were a little bit before that, a week before that?
That was the exact day.
That's the exact, so the day of the indictments.
I terminated my association, yes.
So did you, when the indictments happened, there was your presumption that I should immediately resign because they're probably guilty?
No, sir. I just no longer wanted to be affiliated with those 2 entities.
So did you not consider that they were innocent?
I believe that anyone in a professional setting who just want to separate, will part ways and start, you know, a different course.
So you wouldn't, so they had employed you from 2017.
Well, they had not employed me as
Or,
contractor.
I'm sorry, I said that, you were a contractor. So they employed MC Fitzmartin LLC from September 2017, and then you terminated your arrangement with them on the same day as they were indicted.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any conversations with them about whether they were guilty or not, or, you know?
No, sir.
So you just immediately were
I
out
had
the
no
door?
conversations with the principal of either entity.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I had no conversations with the principal of either entity.
And
I
so,
simply I sent an email.
okay, so who was the principal of Constant Contact?
Jeff Loongstreth.
Who was the principal of JPL and Associates?
Jeff Loongstreth.
So when you said principal of either entity, that's one person and the same.
Correct.
So during your tenure, was anybody that you're aware of an actual W-2 employee of Constant Content?
Not to my knowledge, but that wasn't my wheelhouse.
Okay. Well, I've been a consultant. I'm going to ask you a question, and I would always know I'm contracted by a client. So your contract then was directly with Jeff Loongstreth?
It was directly with JPL and Associates. like, again, my LLC was directly contracted with JPL and Associates and separately Constant Content.
Well, who was the individual that you signed a contract with, or you agreed verbally
I
to a
never
contract?
signed a contract.
So you never had a contract? But who did you have a verbal agreement, a verbal contract with that?
The principal of each LLC, so Jeff Loongstreth,
So Jeff Loongstreth.
yes.
So as far as you were concerned, Jeff Loongstreth was the sole sort of employee of,
I believe the technical term is sole proprietor of an LLC.
that would be a sole proprietorship. So there's different, so, okay. But on Constant Content, wasn't Constant Content a corporation, not an LLC?
I don't know the answer to that. I just know it's Constant Content.
Okay. Did you get paid by both entities?
I received, yes, payment from both entities.
And you received 1099s from both entities?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you personally contacted by the FBI relating to Constant Content and JPL's activities prior to you leaving on July 21st?
Yes, sir.
Were documents and materials seized from you by the FBI?
They were not seized, no. They were, I received a subpoena and I complied.
Okay, so you provided documents to the FBI,
Yes, sir.
but you retained copies for yourself?
My records are primarily digital, so I would presume I have copies of much of the material, maybe not all.
Okay, and then do you have a copy of the discovery or the subpoena response that you provided to the FBI? Did you keep a copy of that for yourself?
I don't believe so.
Okay, was that given to them on paper or electronically?
Electronically.
Okay, but you did not keep, as far as you know, that electronic file?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you keep in touch at all with Anna Lippincott?
We have maintained a friendship, yes.
You have, yeah, okay, so, okay, and where does Anna Lippincott live now?
She lives in the Netherlands.
Okay. Do you maintain contact with Jeff Loongstreth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you maintain contact with Tommy Rolfe?
Yes, sir.
In what capacity?
He's a friend and we work together, so.
And what do you and he do now?
We work for the Ohio House.
Okay. Do you maintain contact with R.J. Mancini?
Yes, sir.
Was he an employee or contractor of Constant Content or JPL and Associates to your knowledge?
I don't have an answer for that. I do not know.
Okay. And why do you keep in contact, or how do you keep in contact with R.J.
I also
Mancini?
work with RJ.
Okay, so you all work in doing a similar job?
No, sir. We work on the official side, but in policy, I oversee policy and communications, sorry. And they work in policy.
Help me to understand where they work. You're going to set this, I apologize if I zone, but they work for who? Who do they get
Ohio
paid by?
House. So the caucus, they staff committees, so every legislators share committees in different clusters, like issue areas, and they serve as policy advisors and work with members.
So how many people other than you and RJ and Tommy Rolfe are in that same function?
I should know something, sorry. I didn't see it.
Are there a lot of other people, or?
To clarify the question that I'm answering, outside of the three of us, so in addition to,
Yeah.
8, 10 between the policy and comm shop.
Okay, and is there anything that distinguishes your role to those different roles? Like, are any of you in a leadership, more of a leadership position versus a staff position?
I oversee the two I oversee policy and I oversee communications.
So if you said 10 additional, I don't know, and then so with you three, that'd be like 13, 12, 13.
About,
Okay, and you oversee all those people?
yes, sir.
Okay. Who do you take direction from today?
I work for the Republican Caucus and the Speaker of the Ohio House,
Okay, so you're paid by,
the state of Ohio.
at the time of the 2020 campaign, I think people said that the Republican caucus was called the, is that,
So let me, so
okay, whatever,
I'm going to
okay.
clarify.
Please do.
There is a distinction between a political caucus and the official side caucus. So moving forward, if we can just make sure that there's a differentiation.
Okay, so I just want to be clarified, you are an employee of basically the House of Representatives or like the political, like the,
The
what's
House of
nowadays, you're the House of Representatives,
Yes,
okay?
yes, sir.
So you work for the state effectively,
Yes, sir.
okay. As do all those 12 to 13 people, including R.J. Mancini and Tommy Rolfe, all work for the state.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you left, when did that begin? When did you begin that job?
January of this year.
What did you do between July 21st, 2020 and January of this year?
I worked on a number of, a few political campaigns, both on, directly for candidates and on outside efforts. And then I also most recently worked for a national media firm.
A political national media firm or just a regular, like some?
Public affairs and political.
Okay, so but, okay, not doing commercials for Tide soap or something like that?
I'm sorry?
Not doing commercials for Tide detergent or something like that, political type stuff?
I think we would appreciate that business, or they would appreciate that business, but no, I was not working for Tide.
Okay, so you were involved in how do you describe it, policy and political?
Public affairs and political, political initiatives.
Okay, and what about Stephen Caraway? Do you keep contact with Stephen Caraway?
Yes,
Okay, in what capacity?
as friends.
Okay, so not that he works in the same organization?
Certainly doesn't work in the same organization, but we our work somewhat intersects just through the public arena.
Okay, so, we've mentioned a few people, Anna Lippincott, you keep in touch with. You, Tommy Rolfe, keep in touch with, work with him. Steve Caraway, keep in touch with his friends. Jeff Loongstreth, don't keep in touch with, and R.J. Mancini, keep in touch with, and you work together in there. Beyond those people, who else was, was constant contact or JPL contractors or employees that you're aware of?
I cannot speak to that.
Do you know any other people who were constant content or JPL employees that you interacted with, or contractors?
As previously stated, I did not keep it, I don't have a list of individuals.
Well, but you certainly should remember, were there other individuals?
That's not the question you're asking. I cannot speak to the individuals
I apologize
that
if I
either
didn't
entity were contracted with.
I apologize if I didn't answer the question. Were there other people that you work with as contractors to, or employees of JPL and Associates in constant content other than the aforementioned people, other than R.J. Mancini who was with?
Given the fact that I do not have a comprehensive list of the contracted or employed individuals of either of those entities, nor have I ever seen that, I cannot answer that question.
I'm not asking you whether you saw a contracted list, I'm just asking, I think you would remember, oh yeah, there was Joe in accounting and there was Sally and this, you don't remember any other
That would be
people?
speculation, because you're asking if I knew that they were contracted with them. I don't know the answer.
But I said, were you aware of other people that were working as contractors or employees?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know if you dealt with other people?
I want to make sure I'm answering truthfully and honestly, and I'm trying to just differentiate between the question, because you're asking if I know if they're contracted or employed by.
No, I'm
I do not know
asking
the
you.
answer to that.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you work with other people associated with JPL or constant content, whether their capacity be as an employer or as a contractor.
Associations with? Certainly. I don't know if their associations are defined by contractor or employee.
Like who? What's an example?
I don't know. Again, I apologize. I don't know if their associations are defined as what you're asking.
I'm just asking, like, Joe worked for, Joe did something, and I had to work with Joe as part of these campaigns. Sally did something, I had to work with Sally as part of these campaigns. Obviously, you had to work with Anna Lippincott and Steve Caraway and Tommy Rolfe. So I'm just asking, were there other people like that you were working with within your capacity?
A pretty slim team. That's
Pretty slim team.
Yeah.
Could you name any other people?
We had a couple of other individuals who worked as campaign managers.
Like the role that RJ Mancini had?
Yeah, I honestly kind of remember a couple of names. I don't.
Okay, so to be clear, your contacts within Constant Content were Anna Lippincott, Tommy Rolfe, Steve Caraway, Jeff Loongstreth.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so 4 plus yourself, that's 5.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can debate whether RJ Mancini was an employee, how he was being paid. But that's 5 there. I'm just getting at that.
I'm going to object to that comment. There was testimony that he wasn't, and that was that he was not an employee or he was not a contractor.
Well, she said she didn't know, so that's the only reason I'm.
Previously.
RJ Mancini's not testified yet. So we don't have on the record RJ Mancini's status from him. Okay, so, all right. Did you work on mailers for candidates?
Yes, sir.
What percentage of your time would you say you worked on mailers?
I have no concept of the percentage of time.
You have no concept of the percentage of time you worked on mailers?
No, sir. I did quite a bit of different things for campaigns, including media, mail, just overall consulting. I certainly mail, as I'm sure anyone who's had a campaign can attest to, is, you always hope to be able to hit the mailboxes a couple times, so.
Okay,
I processed quite a few mailers.
So did you, how did you distinguish between the work that you did as a 1099 contractor for Constant Content versus the 1099 contractor you did for JPL and Associates?
It wasn't incumbent upon me to differentiate between the two. Other than, broadly speaking, I was contracted with JPL for political consulting, and Constant Content was more the media arm, so, mail, digital, etc.
Did you fill out any timesheets or anything to record?
Oh no, and nor would I want to. It's quite a bit of time.
Why wouldn't you want to fill out timesheets?
Because it would just be so long.
Okay.
But no, I was never required to report time. I've never been required to report time working on a political campaign.
What were the basic terms of your arrangements? Flat rate, hourly?
I was on a retainer.
On a retainer? And you had 2 separate retainers, a retainer with JPL and a retainer with Constant Content?
I was on a retainer with JPL, and I actually don't recall if I was on a retainer for Constant Content, but was given a flat rate. It's been a couple years.
Okay, so your retainer with JPL, just to be clear, I understand this. So I'd say at this point, largely former consultant, a retainer would be, for example, somebody gives me $50,000. I hold it as a retainer, and then I bill them against that retainer for services I'm providing. That's the typical design of a retainer. Is that what your arrangement was?
That is not, I would disagree that that's the typical design of a retainer. I've certainly engaged in those types of retainers. I've also engaged in retainers where it's a monthly flat fee for a period of time.
So by definition, that would not be a retainer. A retainer means you retain the money and then bill against it,
Well,
versus a flat fee. I don't want to make
That was a misstatement by me. That And I've always heard them refer, that arrangement referred to as a retainer, so.
So the key thing is you were not given, for example, upfront money against what you drew. You were paid a monthly flat rate by both
Yes.
entities.
At least I can confirm with JPL, I honestly don't recall for constant content.
So you don't recall whether you were being paid by constant
I
content?
know I've received payments through constant content. I do not recall if it was a monthly flat rate or another arrangement.
What other kind of other
Just a
arrangement?
flat, a sum of, I don't know, a one-time payment to your differentiation.
Like a one-time payment forever? So you said you worked for them from 2017 through 2020. Are you saying that your constant content arrangement might have been a one-time flat payment for that whole time?
No, I'm simply saying that there were intermittent times where I'd be paid through constant content, but I was always paid a flat rate monthly through JPL.
Okay, so your typical principal payment came from JPL and Associates? And then you think that sometimes you might have received payments from
Like, I know that I received payments, and I'm explaining that I don't have the regular recurrence of the
Do you
payments
think you
for
still have the
constant content.
1099s for these payments?
I'm sure I do.
Okay. So I want you to look at a few exhibits. And that blue binder, the blue one behind you, over that one, that's I'll point you to that. Rather than go back and forth and hand you individual things, I'll point you and make sure you found the page I want you to look for. There's these little tabs, just so you,
Understood.
there's a tab that says list, and then these dates, or you might wonder what they are. This relates to hearings. So we're currently in the we're having the 9/27 hearing. It's when the exhibits got. So I'll point to those tabs, and then page numbers within each of those tabs there. So on the tab that is, that says, no, I'm going to confuse you right from the beginning. RESP, that one, the very last tab, okay? Those are the respondents exhibits. Those are not my exhibits, but I want to point you to one of those. So exhibit 11 in there. This looks like this. It's an invoice from Constant Contact. It's the first. There's a bunch of this one might look like this.
Understood, sir. I'm looking at it.
And I think you're looking not at it.
11, what's
You're looking at
11?
one of the 11 A, B, C, Ds. I'm just saying 11. At the,
Okay.
Well, yeah, Ms.
Madam
Hagan.
Chair, is it possible, he mentioned a PDF, could that be forwarded to you all and forwarded to all of us? It's supposedly easily indexed and for us to
I
read.
have to
It's
put it,
really, it's like, I'm not even trying to read these at this point because it's impossible to find the right document, and not because you haven't done a lot.
do one of you have a memory stick?
Or are you not able to forward a PDF to your email?
Not that, because it's too big for an email,
I mean,
plus I'm not
part of
connected.
the reception, we're not gonna be able to download it.
Yeah, never mind.
If somebody has a memory stick, I can put it on a memory stick and I can vouch for this.
In the office? Flash on
I have one.
Okay.
Each of us would need a flash drive.
Or pass it to Brian.
We're just gonna pass it around, but we're gonna be
Oh, we can
here,
download it.
we're gonna be here for
And then cut.
20 minutes, to half an hour.
It's too rough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah.
It's good that we
I was
said
interested,
No,
yeah.
It's good.
that's ugly,
We're not doing that then.
no.
No, it's just good.
Alright. Maybe you could just hold up each document so we see the front of the package, so we know where to reference, because it's just, there's a lot going on here.
There is a lot.
And not for lack of I mean, you've obviously compiled a significant amount of material, we appreciate that.
At least for you.
Just give me a second, but
See, and this 11 is totally not what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then there's not an 11 in here that I found.
I think he was referenced respondents 11, weren't you, Mr. Hicks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the respondents,
I don't even know where
so
that is.
respondent 11.
Which
I
is
don't
you.
think copies are made of respondent.
Oh, okay.
Hey there.
Actually, it's the last item in the, well, it's, at least the package he gave today.
It's close to the end of it.
It's a general March invoice from constant content.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
It should be about 6 pages from the end of your packet from today. Please.
That's from the new guy?
The new packet is alpha.
This is right after the
This is
Goldstein.
all we received, right?
Yeah, this is alpha.
We just had alpha.
Or maybe as you're speaking, you could pass around the document you're referencing if you feel confident.
You have copies, so they can make it easier for everybody to find the copies, so they can.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna throw this on.
Well, then to Commissioner Hagan's point, if you just hold it up, so at least we know what it looks like, we can thumb through and find it.
Yeah, if it's not
It's
easily
gotta be-
emailable, that, don't
Yeah.
worry about it, I'd
It's
rather
not gonna
not.
download
Yeah,
here, it's too slow.
yeah, this is,
This is not the place for it, not because it's not.
I apologize, sorry.
Okay.
Maybe for future reference, we can have a projector.
Yeah, actually.
I brought a monitor with me before,
Yeah.
but at least for you, it's on there with
Oh,
the
thank you.
bookmarks, anybody else. So when you open that up in PDF, regular software, it'll have bookmarks down the left side of all the exhibits.
Yeah, you don't mind, that'd be awesome. I would rather not. I don't know.
It's a pretty big file, so you can use something like WeTransfer or something like that, to transfer.
With all of us.
Thank you. Maybe
So
we
the,
could-
so
We'll have it by New Year's.
I will try to be clearer as that so to Mr. O'Brien's statement, I was referring to Respondents Exhibit 11.
We don't have it.
We don't have it.
We don't have
Everything that says
respondents.
respondents.
So he referred to it earlier in the hearing.
That doesn't mean that we have it.
I know.
Just keep going, Mr.
Well, I think it's important because it's an invoice. It's the invoice that, it's also the invoice that Mr. Goldstein testified about.
If anyone feels inclined to share, we are glad to be a
Say that,
family
and
here.
we can go back to what we saw.
Okay, so this is 11, we're looking at 11, right? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
his responded up to
Go to your-
Exhibit 11.
You have one in there as well somewhere, don't you?
Oh, that's
It's
not-
in the file that I just gave to her,
Right.
but it's in these books that I have, but
Okay.
I don't
Do you
know.
guys want to pass this one?
Oh,
Just look at Ed, everybody.
that's not the right thing, so that's mine.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clarified, there are 13 exhibits from 5-4 that were mine, and they were numbered 1 through 13. Then one of you, I can't recall who, the next time I didn't know what to do, so I made them A. All the ones since the 721s that I've provided have been labeled A through alphabetic number letters. So, but we have that slight overlap. And I guess,
I'm gonna get this back to this.
so I'm assuming, so Mr. Richter, you had made copies of the ones I submitted, but not the ones that Ron submitted?
That seems to be the case.
Ron submitted some, the ones I referred to, it's like at 3:30, 4 o'clock yesterday, he submitted.
that's only two documents, right?
No, it's exhibits, it's 11A through,
And 11B. I mean,
actually,
Exhibit 11.
Respondents Exhibit 11 was in the last hearing, so that's from, his exhibits 11A and 12, A through like F or whatever, A through,
Okay.
11A through G and 12, those are his new ones. Exhibit 11 was a respondent exhibit that was presented in September.
Is this the one you're talking about,
No.
Mr. Hicks?
No. This is it.
Yeah, we didn't receive those.
It's just a small order.
No, I didn't send out one.
And your new ones for today were 11A through E.
I mean, is it okay if we just pass this around so you see what we're talking about?
But exhibit, I think in such a proceeding, the commissioner should be able to see the documents. And this was not a new document, so this should have been in your materials from, the exhibit 11, respondent exhibit 11 was a document in the last, in the July 20th hearing.
July 20th.
I'm assuming Mr. Rector made copies of those ones, because he submitted respondent 1 through 8 was from 5-4, 9 through 11 was 720, and then 11A through G, and then 12 was for this one.
That's a different one. You didn't print those out.
Correct. We don't have.
I don't want to be, I'm not meaning to be redundant, but, so the 11 that I'm referring to was, if you had materials from him from the last hearing, it should be in there. Because it's not new, it's not a new exhibit for this hearing.
So we would have gotten lots of
I think all
the,
that was retained and put in the,
oh, here.
in there, I believe.
So this is
No, because this was just the stuff that was Mr. Hicks put together. This didn't include anything from the respondent. Now that you told me what the date was, I didn't have the date of the hearing handy. I mean, I keep all the documents by meeting date together, so I have it now.
Yeah, but I still want every commissioner to have a copy of the
Well, why do we have to pass it around since we only have one? I mean, this is a
I
great.
think that it's not professional.
And you can send it around, people can look at it, yes.
I'm not objecting to the idea that commissioners don't have documents and we're gonna pass them around randomly, so I think we just need to figure out if they have them. I'm not referring to a new document. And by the way.
No, that's an old doc, that's a previous.
Yeah, that's from previous hearings. Mr. O'Brien's exhibits had a distinctly different exhibit type marker on them.
Like this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is it.
That might be, see what number that goes up to.
Okay.
Just look at the last one, see what number it is, what exhibit number it is, the last one.
This is,
It's got
it's got,
sub-exhibit.
yeah, it's commingled. Hold on. I'm a commingler. Okay. So if you have,
So there was one document, yeah.
I go up to exhibit 8.
So that was from 5-4.
Okay.
So those are his exhibits from 5-4. 9 through 11 were their respondents' exhibits from.
Did he just send?
Yeah, we got it, guys, in our email.
Okay, I didn't know
What
exactly.
day is it?
So if you go to the email that was sent last night, it's in that email stream.
Okay.
Which flash drive will take that?
Oh, next night.
Which,
Oh.
I didn't receive anything last night. I received Phil's at
What
3
time
o'clock,
last night?
3:09.
Sorry, yesterday afternoon, it's all the same
Really?
time to me, and I have no
Is that
sleep.
Is it his,
It's all
is
one
it
big
Phil,
day.
Phil's or Chris's?
It's from Phil. And then Chris just sent it again, just from him. Straight email from Chris right now. Just last time.
but to be clear, you guys have, Mr. Ricker indicated to me when I asked him at the
Thank
beginning,
you, Chris.
you guys have a copy of my exhibits
So he can.
N through like Q.
Yeah, we have a lot of.
Yeah, so you have those, okay.
We-
So-
I mean,
This,
Is there a question for Ms. Fitzmartin you can ask relating to exhibit 11?
well, I think that, Ron, I don't know how you handled it when you were a prosecutor, but I think it's pretty important that people have access to exhibits.
Well, and when I was prosecutor, we made them admit exhibits before the fact finder, before they were admitted into evidence.
Okay.
None of these items have been admitted into evidence yet. I may object to some or all of them. The fact finder shouldn't be seeing them until
Okay.
they're admitted,
Can we-
Mr. Hicks.
I don't have the.
Would it be possible for Chris or somebody to be run, this is the entirety of his exhibits that you appear not to have?
Do you want copies made?
Yeah, like somebody could go shoot some copies of these?
Perfect, that would be wonderful.
Now, here's the problem, Chris, that I have them on, they're two-sided, can you?
Yes, I can
Okay,
just
okay.
respond to this.
Okay, so at this point, Chris is gonna run copies of that entire exhibit so that we may view these while they're being referenced.
Should be less than 5 minutes.
And all it is Ron's exhibits 9 through 12.
Okay.
That you're not doing.
Because if you go to that, like all the exhibits.
And since I don't now have,
Respondent exhibit references, at least.
Okay, so,
so I don't now have those exhibits because I just gave them to him. Can we take a 5-minute recess so that you all have copies of?
Sure.
Okay.
yes, thank you. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 1:57. I can do it.
Will you just send it fresh?
That's actually
So
6 minutes.
refresh your mailbox maybe?
No, I'm going off of 1:52.
Oh, yours are a little fast.
You're a little fast.
Oh, I did.
All I can do is tell you that that's what it says,
Are you connected to the
1:52.
internet?
Yeah, at that time, I assured you that if anybody wants to make a copy of this
Oh, that's the same thing.
I can't even get in my email.
Yeah,
There's
that's
no,
the.
but that's just
That's just
a
one
reference
exhibit.
that those, the actual things aren't in the other stuff.
Yeah, look.
Mine's still
You just
down.
need to scroll, guys. Sorry.
I can't even get one of these up.
I'm scrolling
It's all
down.
there.
I'm
It's all here. Yeah, it's all
scrolling
here.
and nothing's scrolling.
Well, you don't, I don't think you have it unless you got on the internet
Did you
now.
get Chris's?
On the internet.
Right, because this is new,
Oh, but
it's
this is
all
new.
encompassing.
I'm
That's
came
what-
last night.
The thing that I,
No, the brand new document, Chris just uploaded, he sent it to all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Still downloading.
I need a granola bar.
if you open, that document I gave him as a PDF, if you open it in Adobe Acrobat Reader, for example, it'll have bookmarks on the left margin for every exhibit. You just click on 10, respondent 5, you know, it's all right there. But you can't, if you do it through a browser, it won't do that. You have to like download it and then open it in Adobe Acrobat. Or if you do it on a phone, it won't work correctly.
Yeah, we're still downloading the phone.
Oh, well.
I do have Tylenol.
Yeah, that's the same
and,
thing, that's the same thing. He also sent it just from him to reduce confusion, I believe. So we have it in 2 emails back to back, same material. Does anybody else want some chocolate?
No, I've got something.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm good, I have some stuff.
I just forgot all this food, I have to.
yeah, one M&Ms are good.
I know, you're on those with the peanuts and
Reese's are always
protein.
good.
Yeah, protein, caffeine.
Okay.
As
Perfect,
well.
yeah, it's the
You need
exact
water,
same thing. I
snack.
think he just sent it isolated, so we wouldn't be confused.
I never did any consulting with federal entities, but people in the office I was in, when I worked for Accenture, did.
Okay.
And whenever they had something like this at a federal office, there had to be a box there for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you took a snack, you were supposed to put like money in the box.
No, these are free. It's on me.
You're all right.
I try.
Okay.
How do they compare, who's been on the committee, on the commission long enough to know how they compare to auto Betty?
Autos were better.
Okay.
He had healthy options, I do not.
Okay.
But
Now, that's why yours are better.
Yeah, I was gonna say yours sound better,
Yeah, yours are
no healthy options.
That's why you don't go shopping at 8 o'clock at night when you haven't eaten, so. Then everything just looks really good.
Or that's why you do.
Exactly, well, that's what Carlita said too.
Just depends.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I can't help but say this. She's right, the typical jargon for a consultant is a monthly retainer. Like that's done all day long, so
Yeah.
it's actually more common than what you're talking about. I don't know the dynamic you're talking about, billing against a retainer. That's, I think that's like 10% and 90% is a monthly retainer.
I think lawyers probably are the ones that do that.
Lawyers are the ones
Money up
that,
front because they have to.
because they have to.
And then bill against it.
You know,
But,
people like us, yeah, we do engagements all day long on monthly retainers, and you're basically buying a subset of general
A
time.
scope of services.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Just so you are aware.
Yeah, it's still, it's
I worked
just-
for
it's
Accenture for
tiny.
10 years, consulted for IBM for 10 years, and did 10 years consulting around the world myself, so I'm learning something about the consulting profession.
Well, you did go to Harvard, so.
Who went to? I did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express
No,
website.
Ernie really did though.
Ernie did go to Harvard.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I went to Harvard, but I only bought a shirt there and a hat.
That's what I did over vacation and my kids. My son wants to go, I got a shirt and a hat. But I did go to Harvard Business School.
My dad lived in Situate.
Graduated in '99. They make a lot of money.
Have you ever heard of Situate?
Or what?
Situate?
No.
It's south of Boston, like right where you go out on the Cape.
Yeah?
The town there looks like a Ritchie town, a little bit to the north and Situate, and the Cape goes up.
Oh, okay.
My dad lived in Situate, the end of the red line. It used to, you had to go to the red line, but now I think it goes all the way to Situate. So.
Oh, very cool.
I feel better now.
And were you on the, were you at business school then?
Actually, they were on campus. And then they did
Hey, Mr. O'Brien, I know it's been a long day, so if you guys need something of sustenance.
No, I usually skip lunch, but at least what I wanted to say is aren't there questions that we can ask Ms. Fitzmarket while he's documents are right here?
Well, yeah, I don't know if there are questions that you can ask in the meantime, or whether,
It's 1 minute to when he said he would be back.
well, I'm actually a minute over, so but he better be running.
Why are we waiting for it? He emailed it to all of us, right?
I just
We've
want
all,
to.
we've all seen it. I mean, it's
Okay,
not like it's a
so
rocket
the answer
science,
to
it's
the
a
question,
service.
with all due respect, is no.
Okay,
Because it's not my fault that the respondents' exhibits aren't before you.
okay,
And I think it's only fair that I want to refer to one of them that you all have access to.
okay, duly noted.
And while we're here, what was the exhibit we're supposed to be looking at? 11?
Respondents' exhibit 11. Now, if you all, everybody have a PC where they can see?
Stanley, how you doing?
No.
You're doing all right with all this.
Do you need to be seen?
You have the hard job.
You're gonna have to answer that.
Exhibit, do I already have this? Is that what it is?
It's a March 18th, 20 invoice from Constant Content to Schmidt for Ohio.
That's what I sent, that was what was,
I saw that before.
so this is.
That's last year.
I don't know where it's at.
It's been referred to many, many times today.
I know, I saw it earlier today, but I don't know.
Mr. Goldstein testified.
Yeah, Mr. Goldstein testified to it.
I know, I saw it,
Yeah, we had it.
but these things are all out of order. Nothing's responded.
Right, because we're all trying to furiously download.
Yeah, it's 198 pages, it's still downloading.
My phone's up. What is this phone? Thank you for your patience. I feel like Chris is probably like a ER doctor up there.
Where the counter machine broke.
No, don't say that. That's when you got mojo out in the atmosphere.
So while we're waiting a second, if it helps for any purposes, there are effectively 6 containers of exhibits. There's my exhibit 1 through 13, which was from 5/4. Exhibits A through M, which was from 7/20. And then exhibits N through R, which is from 9/27. Those are the new ones. And they all have the same style looking exhibit tags. So the tags I'm using have a distinctly different look than his. And then his are 1 through 8, which are from 5/4. and then 9 through 11, which were 720, and then 11A through G and 12, which are today. 929, whatever it is, 927. So those are the 6. If you download that PDF onto a PC, it will be or a Mac, it will be very helpful, because if you open it in PDF program, it will have the bookmarks. If you try to download it onto a phone or tablet, it will not have bookmarks. So I don't really think that would be that helpful, because it would be very hard to navigate through that file. What did you say?
3 more minutes.
I'll get warmed up.
Someone want to sit in with me for a grant making webinar?
Yes. Grant making or writing or?
It says grant making.
Well, I don't have any money, so never mind. So,
Grant making organizations and foundations, so it's how to, I think it's how to get,
yeah,
to target
if it's,
the grant makers. I'm a grant writer.
yeah, oh
We
yeah,
write
if it's a
grants all
grant
the time,
writing,
but-
yeah.
No, this says Salesforce for nonprofits, grant making campfire for grant making organizations and foundations.
Sounds entertaining.
Do you send anything on the grant receiving thing that I can be part of? How I can sign up to receive grants?
I think you have to master the grant writing to become a
First.
grant recipient. Know the right
Grant
keywords,
receiving seminar?
understand the foundation, have relationships within the foundation.
Yeah. Get the yes before you actually ever write it. That's a
Right.
fun one. How do you get into it?
It's a great point. Yeah, if you don't have a relationship, it's hard to get in.
Be invited to apply for a grant, that's always the best.
You can find somebody who has some connection, some way, somehow.
It's even better if you can get them to write a grant specifically designed to what you want to get them, based on said relationship. Nobody else knows that that is written just for you.
I think that's everything you guys are saying can easily relate to proposal writing in the business world.
Yeah.
You can get your specifications to be their proposal, then
What is that? Is that you?
somebody's calling them on Skype or something.
That's Microsoft Teams. It sounds like.
Oh, my Teams is way different.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think that's not like that.
It is.
It's, so his.
But you have no other team members, so how is this possible?
Is he trying to get a hold of us and we don't know?
There's 2 people in this shop.
Well, then I was thinking, you know, his wife has the kids out for the little itty bitty guy's birthday. So I'm like, are they somewhere? And she's trying to like, hey, look at what we're doing.
And he goes to her.
And he goes to her, yeah. She's like, how dare you?
Brutal.
Did you tell Ophelia we miss her?
I I miss her right now. I will tell her, I will relay. She's the happiest baby. She's so good.
She's so cute.
Since we're in this zone talking about the baby, since we're waiting, so I feel like it's unprofessional, but we're all here. She's really cute. She's been holding hands with like the entire family. Like, she wants to hold hands with little Wyatt. And this morning when I was leaving, my husband and her were holding hands because I'm usually the one pulling middle of the night duty, but because I was leaving her, I went in. And so I didn't know if it was like he didn't want to get up to get a bottle, so he's just soothing her, but it was still precious. So I can't discount it. It was very cute.
So she just likes to.
Yeah, oh yeah, she's almost 7 months old and she loves that just companionship of holding hands. So like big sibs and me, like she always will reach and then she just holds your hand. It's so cute.
Oh. Well, that's so comforting, not just for her though too. Like that's like the best little feeling.
It's precious.
She'll end up being daddy's little girl.
Right, well, and you know, I am a big believer that little girls change daddy's hearts, and that is just some of the work that the good Lord does.
Well, then my husband was sorely neglected because he had those, so. He has
Well,
no opportunity for that.
maybe he's already just how he was supposed to be. No?
That's cute. That's really cute. We're gonna go with it. I'll pray about that.
All of our neighbors have either all boys or all girls.
Oh.
We only have one kid, and most of them only have 2 kids. But then when we're hanging out, like when I'm dropping the wood on my foot during the Ohio State game, there's always it's when you're talking, and they're all like college age now or out of college. It's like, oh, there could be a very different perspective if you have 2 daughters versus 2 boys versus, you know.
Oh, yeah, unquestionably. We've got 2 of each, so we'll get the full.
Yeah, you got it. You got it all coming.
So how's the 3 minutes looking?
It's 3 minutes.
The last one.
You have no questions other than on Exhibit 11?
No, Ron, I'm trying to get your exhibits, and then I'll ask questions, because my next line of questions is about exhibits.
But there's a following line of questions after the exhibits that you could ask?
I don't think so. We can continue to be right.
Okay.
Sorry, go a little fast.
No, that's okay.
For a little while, that is your
Oh, that's my
copy.
copy, okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
We didn't break a sweat.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're back.
All right, apologies. So that exhibit 11, Ms. Fitzmartin, can you help me to understand some of the nomenclature on there? Like, what does it mean, like A drop, 218, B drop? Do you know what those kind of things mean?
Well, I did not prepare, that was not a part of my job description or within my scope of services prepare this invoice. But a drop would be used in the mail to drop to early voters, and a B drop would be to drop to election day voters, to bifurcate the universe.
And then that 20-OH-SCH-002, that's indicative of a particular mailer?
Yes, sir. As you can imagine, a mail house runs a number of different mailers, and so everyone has their own system as to how they indicate the different mailers.
Okay. What was your role what role, if any, did you have with invoicing for constant content? None?
No.
So I think in your prior testimony, you basically indicated none, but I just want to be clear with you that, for example, you said sometimes you accidentally would get sent stuff that was meant for Anna Lippincott, so you'd have to forward it to her.
Yes, so insofar as I occasionally was a traffic cop, very listening, yes.
Okay. And then were there things that you submitted to, was there anything that you submitted to Anna for purposes of going onto invoices or?
Not that I recall.
So you were, would you describe your role as it related to mailers as being instrumental?
I certainly wouldn't put myself about importance, but I helped write and seek approval
So-
for mailers.
And you work with the vendors doing mailers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was the primary vendor doing mailers?
There was, I believe it was called the Mighty Group,
A Mighty Group? Okay, do you know where they're based?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, so they're based in Pennsylvania, and you're aware that because they're based in Pennsylvania, they're not subject to subpoenas of the Ohio Electric Commission?
I did not know that.
Okay. Now can you look at exhibit, it's in this, in my binder, it's 723 section, so it's 723 section, but for everybody else, it is exhibit A. It's complainant exhibit A. It was from the 723 hearing. It's the same thing we were just looking at with Mr. Goldstein. Complainant exhibit A. Were you able to find that? Yep, it looks like you did based on where you're at. And then if you flip forward, there's an invoice in there that's for $39,122 on what I provided as a page number at the bottom that says page 3. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So that, and I might ask you to flip back and forth between exhibit 11 and this exhibit, so you might want to hold your hand or put something in both places.
Yeah.
So what's the range of dates on this invoice that's for $39,122? Earliest date,
I'm sorry,
latest
what-
date.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't understand.
What is the range of dates on the invoice that is for $39,122?
It appears on the exhibit that I'm looking at that it's March 30th, 2020 to April 23rd, 2020.
And then if you go look at exhibit 11, what's the range of dates on those?
Just find things I didn't know
Items.
after the fact, sorry.
So it's gonna be in that last section that says RESP, exhibit
I
11.
understand, there's just a number of papers, so I'm trying to find it. Thanks. Okay.
Okay. So what's the range of dates on those items?
It appears that it is August 14th, 2019 through March 11th, 2020.
Okay. And then the first thing on there is photo shoot.
Okay,
You see that?
I do.
Did you participate in a photo shoot involving Representative Schmidt?
I do not recall.
Okay. Did you participate in commercial filming with Representative Schmidt?
Over the course of her campaign?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Okay. Do you recall that that commercial filming was done with multiple candidates in Claremont County, including Representative Schmidt and Alan Freeman?
I definitely know, yes, they were both there.
Okay, and, okay, so it looks like you would agree that the Exhibit 11 is for activities from 8/14 through 3/11. And
For the document.
For the document, for what it says.
Correct.
And the other exhibit is from 3:30 through 4:23. So they're at least those are date exclusive to each other. Right, one is for earlier and one's for a little bit later, just what it says.
That is what the documents before us say.
Okay.
Yes.
When you look at the $39,122 invoice,
What's the exhibit, just so I'm clear?
it is Exhibit A.
Okay,
So it's under the 723, that little sticky
Yeah,
thing
gotcha.
sticking out, 723A, and it's like the third page of it.
uh-huh.
So that particular item, when you see like that first line item, 20 OH SH SCH 001P and SCH 002P,
Mhm.
do you know what those mean?
I believe that those would be in reference to mailers.
Okay, so the next line where it says 20 OHSH003P, 4P, 5P, 6P, do you know what that would mean?
To me, those would indicate additional mailers.
So how many additional mailers?
Well, following the nomenclature for each mailer, it would be 4.
Are you certain of the nomenclature or not certain?
I mean, it would be an abbreviation. They're not
Okay.
indicated with the full form name.
Did you use the same nomenclature in your work on mailers?
I would reference, it varied depending on what the need, what an exchange would be if there were multiple candidates or just one candidate. And going back and forth with edits. So it just varied.
I was just asking, was that, about that nomenclature, when you were doing your work, did you use the same exact kind of nomenclature for describing mailers?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, so just for sake of circling that in, if you go and look at Exhibit F, so go forward in there to Exhibit F. These are just some notes from discovery from Alan Freeman previously that have you on them, and you look like the first page of Exhibit F, which what I provided had numbers at the bottom of the page. It was from the 723 hearing at page 10. So you see that one has 20 OH-FRE 006 V4. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you flip back a couple pages to page 15, it has 20-OH-FRE-003. It says page 15 at the bottom of the page. There's like little bluish looking page numbers.
I see it.
Okay. So that's the nomenclature you were familiar with. So if I go forward to page 18, that one is 20-OH-FRE-002.
Yes.
Okay. So that appears to be a very consistent nomenclature that was used on mailers.
Okay.
Correct? Do you agree with that statement?
Yep.
Okay. Back looking at Exhibit A, do you still have your copies of correspondence relating to mailers from when you were doing this work? When you were doing mailer work?
I don't know. It would probably vary.
So previously, just a little bit ago, you testified that you had stuff digitally, so that you probably, on stuff relating to the feds getting stuff from you, that you probably still had it. Wouldn't this kind of stuff be part of what you were providing to the feds?
Probably.
Records about, okay. So again, let me ask the question, do you think you would still have those records?
Again, probably not all, not comprehensively.
Okay. And then whatever, and then the feds would have all of your records or a subset of your records somewhere?
I'll have to ask them.
Well, you provided them.
Well,
so
I know, but I don't know their retention schedule. I assume they do.
Okay, so sort of, I think if they were introduced as evidence in a federal case, they would still be around. So, okay. So on this invoice A, okay, that's part of Exhibit A. When you did mailers, how did you? I'm assuming you numbered them. So is it fair to say you numbered them sequentially from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5? For example.
Oh, so I would not individually number these. The mail vendor, it was the mail vendor's like way of, because you track through, it starts obviously at a design phase, and then it goes through the USPS, et cetera, and there's tracking involved. And so this, I would not individually number these.
Who was the mail vendor that did the design work?
As previously stated, it was Mighty Group.
Were there any other vendors, or that was the vendor that did the design work?
I mean, there were other vendors, but for mail, that was the group I would use.
Do you have any recollection of how many mailers were done for the Schmidt campaign? Ballpark, I'm not asking a specific number.
I do not recall.
So this, if I look at this invoice that's here before us, it goes up to 6, I guess 7, I don't know what SCH0, there's that line that says SCH007, the nomenclature is just a little different. Would you recognize that as being something different or another mailer just without the dash?
As previously stated, it varied a little bit, so I would think it's safe to say that looks like a mailer.
Okay, so this then would indicate mailers 1 through 7.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that sound like, if you were recollecting your time, that would be a good representative number of the number of mailers done for the Jean Schmidt campaign?
I just stated that I do not recall the total number, but if this is what invoice says, this is what I have to go on at this time.
Okay, so for the campaigns you were supporting, would doing, half a dozen, 5 to 7 mailers be the campaigns that you were heavily invested in working on? Would that have been in the ballpark of what got done for those campaigns?
Certainly.
So it's not an atypical number, like,
No,
we
sir.
only did 2 for each campaign.
No, sir.
So how many campaigns were you working with in great detail, like this, where you were doing, a lot of
At what
mailers?
point in time?
What's that?
At what point in
The
time?
2020 primary.
Well, at that time, I was supporting the political caucus for the Ohio House, and so I had 64 members plus open seats, so not everyone was primary, but I would still help. There's still support to be done even if you're not facing a primary contest, so I mean, of varying degrees, 60 to 70.
60 to 70 candidates that you did 5+ mailers for?
No, sir, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that regardless of if you have an opponent, there's some supports that are needed if you're running if you're running in that campaign
Okay.
cycle.
So the candidates that were at the tier that they would have had 5 or more mailers, for example, done for them, how many candidates was that? I would assume that means competitive race candidates.
Gosh, I think it's already been almost 4 years, so probably, I think it was 12, 14-ish.
12 or 14?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go look at, it's going to be an exhibit. Just a question about Exhibit 11 while I try to find what I'm looking at here. It says the first date on Exhibit 11 is, I believe, 8/14/2019. 8/14/2019. At that point in time, the people that you mentioned working with, Anna Lippincott, Tommy Rolfe, R.J. Mancini, I'm sorry, I didn't mean R.J.
Certainly not. I would not say that everyone was working.
So if you think back, and I'm not, who were the people that were working? You said you started working there in what, 2019? Was that when you said? You started in 2017, okay? Were there any common fixtures out of those principals, Anna Lippincott, Tommy Rolfe, those two, that you would say that they were there for, back in the old days, they were there for more than one primary cycle?
I don't know if Tommy Rolfe worked with us at this time.
Okay.
Because he had other employment.
Okay, what about Anna?
Yes, Anna.
So she's a long-term,
Yes.
okay. What about Stephen Caraway?
I do not recall if Steve was working with me at that time.
Okay. So it goes back to 2017. So 2019, August 2019, when this took place, do you have any recollection of which of those people were already per se on contract or on the payroll?
Certainly. I want to make sure that I'm clear. I thought you were talking about August of 2019, and that's when I said I know I was working with Anna. I do not recall if I was working with Steve or Tommy at this time.
Okay.
So I do not know.
But does Anna go all the way back to 2017?
Yes, sir.
When you were, okay. And what was Anna's primary role versus your primary role?
Anna's role evolved over
Okay,
time, and I don't know the exact time periods to which, towards the end, clearly she was, kind of fiscal, like office manager type, that certainly handled invoicing. I handled, primarily, the political campaigns and components that, make that up, which is candidate recruitment, getting folks elected,
okay.
et cetera.
But you can't distinguish how much of your time you spent on that versus mailers or TV work or?
To me, it's an all of the above approach, so no, I didn't ever parcel out, how much time I spent talking on the phone about an issue, that has come up in the district or going through mail. A lot of times as we're human, those conversations kind of weave in and out of each other.
Okay. When you resigned on July 21st, 2020.
Terminated association.
Terminated your association on July 21st, 2020. Was Stephen Carraway still working with the Constant Content or JPL Associate, or he left before that?
I believe that's a question for Steve Carraway. I cannot answer that.
Okay. Were the resources apart from you and Anna, like Tommy Rolfe, that were not there, as long duration of you and Anna? I guess I'm asking, did they fall off and quit working once the primary was over? Or the 2020 primary was over in April? Or did they keep working? Were they still there in July?
I was still working with those two individuals in July of 2020.
In July. So the primary had been over for several months, so what were they doing?
They were supporting the Ohio Republican caucus, the political caucus.
Okay. Okay. All right. Did you have, so you said that you had nothing to do with invoices.
I would, again, with the caveat of occasionally playing traffic cop.
Because something got sent to you in error that should have gone to Anna. So the key point that goes off what you're saying is Anna, at the time of the 2020 primary, was the key person involved with invoices?
That was my understanding.
Okay. Did you ever see the invoices? I mean, you see them some now, because we're trying to, but back then, did you ever see any of these invoices?
I do not recall, again, unless, of course, I was sent something that should have gone to Anna.
Okay. And did you face any repercussions for having been associated with the household organizations?
Other than some of your trolling on Facebook, no sir. I believe that, I've worked really hard to move forward and move past that. I don't quite understand your question.
Well, I think if I had been involved with a criminal enterprise where people got convicted, it might make it hard for me to get work in the future. Did you struggle to get work?
You followed my career since this, so I think you know what I've done.
I don't. So can you explain? I don't mean to upset you, but okay. So, but your job now is a great job. Would you describe it as a great job?
Object here, Madam Chairman, we're going far afield on what the issues are before the commission, and I'd move to strike a reference to Ms. Fitzmartin being part of a criminal enterprise.
Sustained. Let's get to what we're supposed to be here for in terms of questions relating to Ms. Schmidt's campaign finance filing.
Okay, so on the mailers then, do you remember any of the Schmidt mailers individually at all?
I remember writing a lot about now Representative Schmidt's excellent record and how she is a person who will fight for the people of Claremont County.
Okay, so you wrote her mailers?
I certainly had a hand in writing them, yes.
Okay, and then you saw the copy of them and the finished products from a Mighty Group?
Yes.
And did you play a role in giving the thumbs up to produce and mail?
I certainly helped facilitate the approval of mailers, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of, would you call companies like Constant Content? I think the respondent has asserted that there's a 10% markup in what the vendors charge them versus what they charge the clients. Were you aware of that or know any of the mechanics of?
I do not for Constant Content, no. Having since worked for a media firm, I know for a fact that this is typical practice.
To do a 10% markup. But
Correct.
my wife is an artist and she would say the same
great.
thing. Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Fitzmartin, following up on that last question of Mr. Hicks, Constant Content did not place.
So I have to excuse myself.
Yeah. I don't think that was my question.
Somebody go hug her.
We're recessing.
Somebody go, nobody can hug her.
How about them Buckeyes?
How about the Bengals? They finally pulled one off.
Yeah.
But you can tell he's injured because of his throw. You need that calf to be full motion. It's the curse of the paycheck.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Sign me up for that curse. I
I
want to be cursed like that.
He has his own private chef. I do too. It's me, myself, and I.
You don't
Now
need
that I'm
a,
down to one, I don't even cook.
you don't need a $50 million a year contract. You'd be okay with just 1 year contract for $50 million?
I would quarterback the Bengals for 1 year, $5 million contract.
You're done, and then you'll never see you again. That would be where I would be.
I'm all good. I mean, I'm happy. And then I can hurt anything rotator cuff, ankles, whatever. I'm all good.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Understandable, thank you.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Following up on Mr. Hicks's last couple of questions, Constant Content did not buy or place these ads with the various media, be it radio or TV, did they?
Yes, sir.
That was done by Strategic Media, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the commission that he mentioned is standard in the industry, anywhere between 10 and 15% would have been charged by Strategic Media, would it?
I object, as there's nobody's ascertained that the 15 is a normal percentage.
I paid 15 in one of my campaigns, if you want me to represent that to you, Mr. Hicks.
I subsequently negotiated
It's a
points
negotiated fee.
similar to those
Correct.
figures, yes.
But the number is a negotiated number,
Correct.
whatever it may be.
Correct, and I was not a part of those negotiations for Representative Schmidt's campaign.
But it is to the benefit or accrues to the people who place the ads, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Longstreth and Constant Content didn't place the ads, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at least from looking at these exhibits that you have in your book there, if you could go to Exhibit 11 that Mr. Hicks asked about, that's the invoice from Constant Content, March 18th of 20, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we look at the invoice for the photo shoot he mentioned, which is Respondent's Exhibit C, that is for $1,500, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Exhibit C, the invoice from MB Media to Constant Content,
Yes,
that's for $1,500, correct?
that's what it appears, yes.
And if you look back to Exhibit 11, the first entry, a photo shoot, the same day, August 14th, 2019,
Yep.
Mr. Mr. Longstreth and Constant Content were billing $1,650, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be a 10% increase over the $1,500 that the bill was from MD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if
That
we,
math I can do, not a lot of other math though.
yes, yes. Well, if we if you look at the other entries on Exhibit 11, and then the following exhibits that are listed here, for example, on Exhibit 11B,
Yes.
starting at the top, we've talked about the $1,500 for the photo shoot. If we compare the strategic media invoice for airtime, media airtime, the total bill was $93,556, correct? And that's shown on Exhibit B.
Yes, sir.
And those were split 30s,
Split 15s.
Split 15, excuse me.
Equals 30.
And if we look at, again, going back to Exhibit 11B, Schmidt's share of that invoice was $46,000, but the Constant Content invoice shown by Exhibit 11 in March of 18, the cable airtime is $51,455. And again, that appears to be a 10% markup from what S&P billed.
Correct.
And again, that airtime was not bought by Constant Content, it was bought by S&P. And so it looks like all of the S&P invoices, at least, had an across-the-board 10% markup by Constant Content to the candidate Schmidt. Is that
It does
accurate?
appear that way, yes.
Yes,
Given these
okay.
records.
I want to object to the line of questioning, because you didn't have any, Ms. Fitzmark had nothing to do with these invoices. And I don't know, he's just, I guess, trying to get testimony in about mathematical relationships of invoices using her when she had no involvement in the invoices whatsoever.
You also asked me questions about the invoices that I did not prepare. Sorry.
Mr.
I asked you
I think it's cross-examination, Your Honor. I mean, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman.
It's on cross. Overruled.
Thank you. And again, without belaboring, if we look at the invoice 10-810, which is Exhibit 11E, which is the B-roll video that's done when the commercial is filmed. The amount of that invoice from Strategic Media is $12,600, and the B-roll invoice from Mr. Longstreth in Exhibit 11 is it looks like $68.75. Media production B-roll, February 18th, correct?
Oh, yeah, it looks like it, I mean,
So that again also appears to be a 10% markup.
right.
And then finally, the invoice, the Schmidt's share of invoice that's on page 6669, it's invoice 6669, it's on page, or Exhibit 11F, that is for a total of the multiple candidates, but the Schmidt portion of it is a little over 24,000. And again, this Constant Content invoice shown on Exhibit 11 has a 10% markup, correct, at $26,521.
Maybe that math is correct, this is where we get a little tipsy, but yeah, it appears that it would be
And again, in all those,
aligned with the others.
in the photo shoot, obviously, there's not any immediate time buying, so the 10% increment is just the markup that we've talked about. And the same would be true in the B-roll, because that's a production cost. That's not buying time where you get commission, correct?
That's right.
Nevertheless, there's the 10% markup there. And and I understand from your testimony you weren't involved in billing or invoicing. Do you know why there was a 10% markup?
I cannot speak to constant content, the 10% for constant content. Again, in my subsequent role at a production, at a media firm, it's occasionally in lieu of retainers or in lieu of other kind of regular payment, you would just have whether it's 10% or whatever the agreed upon, or I guess the decided plus up is, and that would replace what a retainer would be for services.
And at least from your testimony previously, you didn't, luckily for you, keep timesheets as to which campaign you worked on and which item on the campaign you worked on, whether it was a photo shoot or taking a TV commercial or mail or whatever. Longstreth was a general consultant that did a little bit, I run your campaign and includes all the things that are necessary to run a campaign. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And
he was.
And so he didn't separately bill for your time, Mr. Wolf's time, Mr. Caraway's time, or anyone else's time.
Objection, how would she know that? She said she's not involved.
It just said not to my knowledge.
Well, but that's not, you don't know the whole stuff. She wasn't involved in invoicing, so it's trying to get on the record that she's making a representation that it didn't happen.
I'll withdraw the question. If you look at Exhibit 11, Ms. Fitzmartin, is there any specific invoice for your time or any other of the staff's time?
No, sir. It's not a clear
And
line item for that.
And at least it was also not within your responsibility for reporting in-kind contributions to either the individual campaigns or other parties.
No, sir. That would be, again, in line with more billing.
And that would be Ms. Lippenkopf's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't think I have any other questions, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
On those invoices that he referred to, the 11's C through C, D, E, and F. Are any of those from a Mighty Group?
It does not appear, so.
Do any of those appear to have anything to do with mailers?
Given the descriptions and line items, no.
So your testimony about your own professional experience, would you say that what you've learned is that it's fairly common for companies that rebill other people's invoices to have a standard markup for those invoices for profit?
Sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing.
Okay.
Mr. Hicks, can you, I think it was for ease of, thank you, I appreciate that.
Maybe I dropped a piece of wood on my foot.
Yeah,
It'd be like Joe Burrow. Limping around.
Yeah.
I forgot my question. Let me just get my mind back on track. So from your, I guess, subsequent experience that you're saying, you found that it's fairly common or routine to just add a 10% markup on things that are rebilled to a client?
Again, what that number is, it's not a hard and fast rule, but I just, yes, have learned that it's common practice.
Okay. Did you, what was it you said, like 11 candidates? How many candidates you said got the five or more mailers? It was like 11 or 12, you said?
You asked for a range, and I believe I said 12 to 15.
12 to 15?
I apologize if that's off by one or two, but I think that's what I said a little bit ago.
Okay. So, did you ever see a Mighty Group invoices?
Not to my knowledge, and again, if I was you know, if I was sent to them, or if I was sent them, I would redirect to Anna.
To Anna, okay, but you don't recall ever seeing a Mighty River invoice?
No. I don't
Have you ever seen any of his invoices before today?
I'm certainly positive I was CC'd or, you know, emailed them, but I'm not sure I opened up every single email, based on telling my.
But I just want to be clear, because there's a difference in saying you didn't. Now you're implying that you received all of them, but only looked at some of them.
No, sir, again, I'm trying to answer truthfully and honestly that again, if I received them on accident, I would have to redirect, and I, you know, did not look at every single invoice, as I've stated.
Okay. Did you testify in the federal case?
I did.
What was the key testimony that you offered?
I cannot possibly answer that. I don't know the answer to that.
You don't remember what you testified in federal court?
That is not what you asked. You asked what my key testimony was, and I do not know the answer to that, sir.
Okay, well then what was a summary of your testimony in federal court?
Objection.
Yeah, and I don't know that that follows the redirect based on questioning related to invoices that Mr. O'Brien was asking.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Benson.
Okay, so do any commission members have questions on this as well? At this time, I think you're excused. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Is Mancini out here? You've got his number.
Huh?
You've got his number, you want to call him?
I'll call him.
Okay.
Mr. Mancini, this is Phil Richter. Please come up to the conference room. Thank you. Yep. Bye. He's on the way. 14. Yeah.
I'm just gonna listen to it real quick. Go ahead.
Is that like a golf umbrella?
Was that?
Is that a golf umbrella? Good to have.
It's gonna be okay.
It was raining pretty good in Cincinnati this morning.
It's supposed to rain here later today and whatsoever.
Nice not to drive back from the rain. Yeah, it might be turn one.
I'm just gonna stretch.
Sorry, well,
I wasn't inclined to go to Easton.
Idea, John.
I know it is.
These.
You would be close to.
Yeah, this is like.
Oh, yeah.
I probably should have stayed that we have double tree, because I think you can get over here without.
I always freaks out.
The sheriff.
Here, so I'm somebody there. So we just think, oh my gosh, it's not taking it easy, like, it's not cheap anywhere. It's not your backyard.
So you can go through the Huntington.
I'm so right. I know, right? Oh, yeah.
okay. Mr. Mancini, be sworn by the court reporter.
Please raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
So Mr. Mancini, thank you for testifying. Sorry that it's late today. At least the good news is you're in the same building.
Yeah.
So can you just, we've met, I think, a couple times before. one's here and one's not here. But can you just describe what your role was in the 2020 primary campaign?
Yeah, sure. So I was a campaign manager, which would just be door knocking, just attending events, just being out there and being a presence on the ground.
Okay. And you were compensated for that activity by whom?
The Ohio Republican Party.
Okay. And who did you take your direction from?
Tommy Rolfe.
And did Tommy Rolfe work for the Ohio Republican Party?
He did not.
Okay. Who did he work for, to your best of your knowledge?
I believe JPL.
JPL and Associates.
Yes.
Okay. And you are on some, we can look at the exhibits, but just for sake of brevity, you're on emails that are sending out instructions and, things for people to do and so on and so forth from Mr. Rolfe. Was that fairly common that you would receive direction from Mr. Rolfe?
Yeah, so it wasn't emails as much as I would ask, he would be the one that would create the walkbooks. And so whenever I was running out of walkbooks for Claremont or Brown County, I would reach out to him and say, Tommy, can I get a walkbook for Batavia or something? He would provide that, and then that was kind of it. And we'd have weekly calls where he's just like, what are you hearing? What do we need? Like, what do you think you need? What are some areas that Alan's doing really well in? Or some that you're getting the door slammed in your face, telling you to kick rocks, just stuff like that.
Okay, so the walkbooks, did you create your own walkbooks, or did he do that for you?
Tommy did that, and I have no idea how
Did you
create walkbooks.
Do you have any experience with creating walkbooks?
No.
Okay, could you describe, since I know what they are, but somebody here might not know what they are, what do you mean by a walkbook? What's a walkbook?
Yeah, so there's a plethora of different apps that you plug in, and so Tommy would create a walkbook, and it would be Batavia, it would be a precinct 1 or whatever, and it would just have a list of houses in like a certain subdivision, and it would just say, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson are Republicans, they voted Republican in the last 4 presidential elections, don't vote in midterms. And so then you just click on them if you door knock, and you just say, went well, went bad, so they're gonna vote for them, or tell them to leave, or anything like that.
So how did you get hired to do that, by the ORP, or who hired you?
Yeah, so what it was Tommy Rolfe gave me a call and just said, hey, would you like to come in and kind of talk about doing a campaign? You're from Claremont County, would you want to do it? And so that's kind of what it was.
So who then would you say hired you?
I would say Tommy was the one that was kind of my point of contact, so I don't know who necessarily hired me, but it was a group of Tommy, Megan, Jeff, and all of them. But I can't say for one person was the one that said you're hired, you're fired.
And then the hiring of you, that involved an agreement as to what you'd be compensated?
No, I didn't talk compensation at all. I didn't want to do that.
So how did you then come to be compensated?
No, I cannot recollect in my mind. That was almost 4 years ago, but I'm sure I had a conversation, but I don't vividly remember the conversation about how I would be compensated. But I just knew going forward, I didn't care about pay. I just wanted to do a good job.
So there was, I thought she had left it there, but Ron, I'm gonna steal back the
But it's
blue
on the
one.
other side.
It's here.
There's a green one too.
Put it there when she
Green
went
one.
out.
There was a green one.
Yeah.
There were 2, but I was only one.
Oh, there's one here.
No, that's not it.
That's not
There was one just like that one, but a green cover.
Oh,
You gave me the green one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
I
good,
bet
good.
it's no different than that.
That's the same, so it doesn't, yeah. Okay, so.
Other than it's green.
Yeah, if you don't like the color. RJ, if you don't like the color of that one, you can switch it on
That
down.
matches my dad, so.
Because in a second here, I'll refer to a couple of exhibits in there. So who were so your key point of contact was Tommy Rolfe, and he either did or got and delivered to you these walkbooks.
Yep.
Okay. Were they electronic or a paper?
So you can do either or. So for me, it was electronic, but when you would have kind of a group of people who don't have smartphones or are older and just like the paper, Tommy would send me kind of like PDFs and I would just print them out.
Okay. So in that book in front of you, there's these little tabs, and the white tabs, you might not mean much to you, but the different numbers like 5, 4, that's when a hearing was. So in that section 5.4, go to page, at the bottom, there's page numbers, it says page 33. So it's it's Exhibit 6. Exhibit 6 starts on page 33. Do you see that?
Getting there.
Like I said, there's numbers at the bottom.
Yep,
of page
I'm on
33.
34. There we go.
So for the commission, it's complainant Exhibit 6. It's a copy of my amended affidavit. So if you flip forward to that, and that's what's making this one a little confusing, is there is a exhibit. We're not going to look at the front part of that, RJ. We're going to look at the page that is page 36, which is sideways printed, which is a statement of your compensation. Okay. So. Do you recognize, that this is a Ohio Republican Party filing showing payment to you, and it looks on this, it looks like the payments were from 3 different payments. Do you recognize those?
It's not like I've looked at them in 3+ years, but I guess it looks legit enough.
Was that, what would you say, what was your recollection as to how long you worked for
Yeah,
in the role you were in?
So I went down, the first week in February was the day after the Niners Chiefs Super Bowl, that's how I remember. And I went until it was when the primary was originally supposed to be. And then once the governor and the secretary of state pushed it back, that was when I ceased to work there and came back up to Columbus.
Okay.
So, what was it, March 15th, 13th, I think was the 13th,
Okay.
so that was the last day.
So if you look at that next page, it says Exhibit 2 on it, and it's a pay stub that I think actually you provided.
Yep.
Okay? So it's one of your pay stubs, and it shows that the time period, at the very top, you see where it says period begin 3/8, period end 3/21. So it looks like during that period you were paid, during this endeavor, you were paid every 2 weeks. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, if it says it, yeah.
I'm just going off the dates on it.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
Okay, so that would mean if I go back and look at that other exhibit, that you probably, the earliest date on there is 2/21. Those dates seem to be the period end dates, if I look at that other exhibit, because there's one. So it looks like, based on that, if I go back 2 weeks from 2/21, that you started around February 7th or 8th or in that time range. So that sounds reasonable to you as to when you
first week in February.
When you did that. Okay. And what did you do? What you said door knocking. Is there any other stuff? You said door knocking at events. Anything else that you did?
No, I mean, just try to get a sign placed in someone's yard, but other than that, just say, please vote for Alan Freeman.
Okay. Do you? I think, but correct me if you don't remember this, because my memory's getting bad too after 3 or 4 years. But I know I met for sure Luke Householder and Stephen Caraway, and I thought you had an event at RJ Cinema. Do you remember? Is that correct? Your recollection?
Yep, I was there. I don't know that, in case you guys were wondering, but
you might like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say my parents love going there. No, I mean, very well could have. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember going to a campaign? Okay. Because my recollection is that Steve, that's when Steve introduced me to you and Luke Householder. Do you remember what that event was?
Was it like a Claremont County meet and greet with the candidate or something along those lines?
Yeah. So, yes. Do you remember what candidate?
So I think I was originally there for Representative Schmidt as well as Alan, since it was all Claremont County. All of their county commissioners could have came as well. And Alan has the eastern side of Claremont, so I think he was also there. And I think it was one of those. Caraway was just like, hey, or Caraway, Tommy, or hey, just be present, see what you're hearing and everything like that.
Okay, so I'm from that area and planned the event, and my recollection is that it was only for the western side of the county.
Okay,
so I don't know if those people might have attended, but it was actually a forum. Does that jog any memory for you?
Yeah, I mean, very well could have been. I just thought it was a...
I don't know if some of these other people might have attended, of course, I don't, but, okay. So you would agree that you were paid, it looks like from about 2/8 until about 3/20, March 20th of that year. And then that was, so was your whole duration of your employment on this about 6-7 weeks?
Yeah.
And then you were done with it? Okay. During that time period, which candidates did you work with?
So Alan Freeman was the vast majority, and then I did a week or so with Representative Schmidt.
Okay, a week or so?
Yeah.
With Representative Schmidt, okay. And what kind of activities did you do for Representative Schmidt?
Yeah, so door knocked a handful of times at most, and then went to that candidate forum, and then I think there's a central committee meeting in Wyoming Township that we went to, and other than that, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, could be forgetting one, but nothing is really coming to my mind. It's been 3.5, 4 years, so.
So my math is terrible, as Mr. O'Brien has pointed out. So I just want to do a little math here. So if you were from 2-8, so each of these pay periods was 2 weeks. So 2-week pay periods, 3 pay periods, that would be 6 weeks. Okay, you believe it was longer than that, or this is?
No, I'm doing that. I'm not. I'm in
Okay.
politics, not math for.
Yeah, and so that would be, so 1/6, 1 week would be about 16% of the time?
Yeah, so I guess I need to go back. So when I say a week or so, I was still doing Alan as well as Gene. It wasn't just Gene and then going to Alan. It was doing both at the same time. So it wasn't just 1 week wholly dedicated to Gene and 1 week dedicated to Alan.
Okay.
It was just.
So I understand, but across that time, would it be reasonable estimate, higher or lower, that in your own words, you spent about 15% of your time on Jean Schmidt?
I would say lower, personally.
So what would you say?
I mean, I don't want to guess, because it's 4 years and it's a little foggy, but if I, 10% at absolute most.
10%?
And that's a very, very, very rough guess.
Okay. Did anybody ever ask you how much time you spent with each candidate, or to do a timesheet or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you volunteer for any other candidates during this time period?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you, I believe at the time, I'm sure not now, but at the time when you were doing that work, were you living with your parents at the time? Or, okay. And then after you did that work, your relationship with these campaigns or candidates ended at that March 20th date, or is there anything you did after that?
No, to my knowledge, that was it.
Okay. Was there anybody else that was working with you when you were doing this work?
Well, it was Luke who worked with me, but that was to the end, the extent of working with me.
Okay. Did you, were you aware that neither Jean Schmidt nor Alan Freeman were endorsed by the Ohio Republican Party?
I was.
Okay. Were you aware that you were not supposed to be being compensated by the ORP while working with unendorsed candidates?
No, I was not.
So when did you, but you know that now?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, you know that from the
just
Freeman
now,
thing?
Yeah.
Well, didn't that come up during the Freeman case?
I mean, I could have very well been, but. You know,
Okay.
Rejogging my memory, because it was 2 years ago as well.
Okay,
so
okay, no worries, but what's your relationship or connection at all with Rob Secor?
Nothing, none.
Would you have ever envisioned Rob Secor as somebody who hired you, or?
I don't even know who that is, or was at the time. I know who he is now, but 2 years ago, I had no idea.
So you were compensated by the Ohio Republican Party. Did you get a 1099 for that work, or a W-2, or how were you paid? Do you remember?
It was a direct deposit. I don't remember what else was there, but.
So that Exhibit 2, which is on page 37, which was where we were. You don't remember, which is okay if you don't. I don't know
Yeah, no.
whether you got a W-2 or a 1099.
If I'm being honest, I have no idea what they look like.
So this would, so it looks like taxes were withheld from this, which would imply that you were on the payroll. Do you understand the difference between getting a W-2 and having taxes pre-deducted versus a 1099 where you have to do your own tax filings?
very well versed in this.
Okay. But you would acknowledge that your pay statement shows that Social Security and so forth was withheld
Yeah,
from
you've
your...
seen it now, yeah.
From your... Now, they withheld for Columbus. Were you ever doing any work in Columbus? Okay, so I've had that experience a lot doing consulting work, that somebody withholds for the wrong city from where you're actually working. You could get that money back, by the way. So...
I'll donate it, that's all. That's how nice I am, right?
So, okay. There's a thing in your prior testimony and in some of the exhibits of you being given access to manage Jean Schmidt's Facebook. And I believe Stephen Caraway, it's Exhibit 7 in the complainant's exhibits. And so it is, I think it's Exhibit 7. Oh, no, it's referred to, I'm sorry, it's not Exhibit 7, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Is it Exhibit 3?
Exhibit 3 on page 39.
Well, so that's not going to be the main exhibit number, but you guys found it, thank you. Okay, so this is part of Complainant's Exhibit 6, which had these sub-exhibits in there. So this is Exhibit 3 within Exhibit 6. So you see that note on, what was that, February 11th, 2020. So that would have been within 3-4 days of when you went to work doing this.
Yeah.
You were given permission to you were added on Jean's Facebook page. Did you, I think you testified last time that you didn't actually make any posts on that page.
Yeah, that adds up. I barely post my own Facebook.
So that's probably makes you a better man than most.
Yeah.
What did you do with the Facebook page? Reply to comments?
No, it was more just checking to see if anybody DMs or anything that would be interesting or valuable, but I didn't respond to anybody to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, so like if somebody, like if I would have DM'd, I want to give money to the campaign, you would have been the person to see that?
I think Caraway was also on it, so him or myself, but I don't think I ever did anything.
But you saw the things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever have any discussions about things with Caraway or Ms. Schmidt or anybody on anything you saw? Okay. Was there, it would seem like then that must mean there wasn't like some huge activity or something?
No.
Okay, all right. So you said you've represented, you door knocked for Schmidt once or twice. The walk list for that would have been provided by Tommy Rolfe?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you estimate you spent maybe 10% of your time? Not a lot.
That's the high end, yeah.
Okay. But that's not based on any keeping track of your
calculation,
time?
no.
Okay. Did anybody ever ask you for how much time you had spent on which candidate for purposes of reporting in-kind contributions?
Nothing like that. I know Tommy would know how much I was spending with one candidate or the other based on the block books, because he would get the live feed, like how many doors I'm hitting and who said yes, who said no, who said kick rocks, never talk to me again. So they would get that, so they would know how much I'm door knocking in a certain area for a certain person with those results.
Okay.
But nothing like a timesheet that I filled out every Friday or anything like that.
Okay. Other than Tommy Rolfe and Stephen Caraway, was there anybody else that was giving you direction as to what to do or where to go?
Nope.
And you would have...
Well, I guess I would also talk to Alan as well sometimes.
Okay.
And he was just going to be like, hey, my friends are saying to hit over here. That was something like that.
And you would, if he said that...
Wait, you were still talking.
Oh, no, nothing like it. No, sorry.
Yeah, I just want you to be able to finish your sentence.
No, thank you. No, it was nothing like he was ordering me to go anywhere. He was just like, hey, have you hit over here? I've seen there's a lot of bird signs. Can you try to hit over here or something like that? But nothing, no direction.
So if that happened, would you then go back to Tommy Rolfe and ask, hey, maybe give me a walk book for over here? Alan says go over here.
Yeah, I'll give Tommy a call and say, hey, Alan's hearing from folks. He wants me to hit Mount Orb more.
Okay.
And Tommy would be like, all right, now draft up some walk books for Mount Orb or wherever.
Okay. How did the Schmidt routes that you door knocked, how were they determined? Just by Tommy Rolfe or Ms. Schmidt asked, or?
I don't think I ever had a conversation with Representative Schmidt on where to hit her bid candidate Schmidt on where to door knock. I think now, Tommy, at the very beginning, just made a bunch of block books for every candidate in every district, and then, so I would start calling him about more walk books once I finished like the list for Allen or something, and then he would provide more, but I never had a
Okay,
conversation about it.
and all of this was an electronic?
Yep, yeah, it's all on the iPhone.
Okay. When you would do the walking that you did for Representative Schmidt, she's represented that she did a lot of her own walking based on lists from the Claremont County Board of Elections.
Mhm.
Did you do anything to confirm you weren't walking the same places that she was walking?
So I think I did not. I don't want to speculate or anything, but no.
And did you ever run into like somebody knocking on the door saying, hey, Representative Schmidt was just here knocking?
Nope.
Okay.
4 years ago, I did one a couple times.
Okay. Were you compensated by anybody else during this time period?
No.
Okay. Were you so you were not have you ever been compensated by JPL and Associates or Constant Content?
I don't believe so at all.
Okay. When you got done with this, what do you do now?
So I work at the Ohio House of Representatives, like Tommy as well.
And who hired you for that, and how'd you get that job?
Well, so to go back, when I was a campaign manager, I was a legislative aide at the time. And that was through Representative Shane Wilkins was the one who hired me, and that was his legislative aide. And then through the process, I got promoted to policy advisor by then Speaker Cupp. So then I was kept on through Speaker Stevens.
Okay, okay. But you work in, Ms. Fitzmartin already said you work in the same area she does, and you're essentially a state employee. Your compensation comes from the state. Okay. In between the campaigns, you know, the Freeman or the Schmidt campaign ending, and then what kind of jobs did you do?
So you're saying once we were told our services were no longer.
Yeah.
I then went back to working.
Between then and your current role,
yeah,
it sounds like you might have been a legislative aide, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I was legislative aide, took leave for the campaign, and then once the campaigns were done,
went back.
Yeah, my leave ended, or whatever you want to call the term, and would continue to be a legislative aide.
And then you stayed in the legislative aide role until you got into your current role?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I don't, well, one of the emails gave instruction to get pictures of Jean Schmidt at an event. Do you remember that?
He's still talking about Exhibit 3 at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm talking about that exactly, but maybe if I am, hopefully it's the right. Okay.
I don't remember like taking the photos, but I do. I mean, I'm not disagreeing that I probably took some photos.
Okay.
I'm not a photographer by any means, so.
Or am I?
Yeah, so I highly doubt they used any of them. I just took some of my, I think I had a Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy at that point. I was about 4 years old, so.
Okay.
Wasn't a great phone.
Okay, that meets the profile on my phone, so. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mancini, this email about giving the authority to be on Representative Schmidt's Facebook, you testified that you never posted on it.
Not to my knowledge at all.
And you worked the bulk of the time for the Freeman campaign, did I understand that correctly?
Yep.
And did anyone ever talk to you about trying to account for your time and reporting your time either to Tommy Rolfe, JPL, Constant Content, or OROC?
Nope.
Okay, so you, I noticed on this exhibit, I might add, which is on page 37, that payroll for March 8th until March 21st. You have that there, it's exhibit 2. It says Ohio Republican Party federal. Jean Schmidt was not a federal candidate, was she?
She was not.
Okay. And Mr. Hicks did point out that you had Columbus City income tax withheld, even though you had a Cincinnati address and were working in Claremont County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't Thank you, Mr. Mancini.
Just for, I think I just had one question, so if I could sit here, just if you flip back one page from the page he was having, oh, no, you don't have to flip back, actually, it's right, just the other page to the left of that.
Right.
So I'm just looking at, Mr. O'Brien referred to page 37, and I'm gonna look at page 36. So there it has a reference as to where politically your services were being charged. Can you read what committee it says?
All right.
Yeah.
The Ohio Republican State Central Executive Committee State Candidate Fund.
Okay, so that's not federal. We would agree the word federal was.
Yeah, federal is not in that committee.
Okay, so maybe it was an accommodation or something. So you would agree that you were charged to the state activities based on that campaign finance report?
Smarter people than me would know the difference, so I'm not gonna try to guess, but the committee doesn't say federal, but I don't understand all this very well.
Okay. I think that's all that I have.
Any questions from commissioners?
Mr. Mancini, this, during this time period that we're discussing for the Ohio Republican Party, were you doing any other work other than the Claremont County campaign work?
Yes.
And then this example pay stub shows a full 80 hours. Were you working full-time on this?
Yeah, it was a pretty all day, just trying to get, because they always had to go about 1,000 doors a week, and it was, especially in more rural areas, it takes quite a while to go on.
So you were basically a full-time
Yeah,
employee? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions? Okay. Nothing else?
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Mr. Mancini.
Thank you.
Now we're down to my last
But
one.
you wanted to call
Caraway,
Caraway?
yeah.
He's on his way, because I
Okay.
texted him a while ago,
Okay.
just to say, come on over and be prepared. I don't know whether he's here yet, but I texted him a few minutes ago.
40 minutes.
So you're gonna take the family to the airport?
No, that's tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Today, if I don't get
Oh, that's right.
foul, then my son will not be able to play baseball tonight.
So, you gotta make it, you gotta make it.
Oh, yes.
I know that sounds kind of minuscule,
No,
but
it's not. That's life. That's like, that's
I have to get from here to Powell, and then from Powell to Hilliard.
So for those of us in Northeast Ohio,
Powell from here is 20 minutes with zero traffic, it's on the light, so really a half an hour. This time of day, and then from there to Hilliard is about.
Is this a fall baseball?
Yeah.
Or, you know, you've got, who runs the account?
Well, there's different leagues, so this league is basically doubling, youth recreation.
I had a couple of sons which balls.
And then he plays in the weekends, called Big League.
That's, okay, is that still Dan and John?
Yeah, Briggs.
Dan Briggs and John.
Yeah, they were both former majors.
They're still, they are still doing, where are they playing?
Same time as you middle school.
Oh, okay. Well, my oldest son played there, and that's where they was, just really is. And then by the time my younger son was old, I was full baseball, they were not, well, actually played in the summer, and they were at Ridgeview and also at Ohio State.
Oh, yeah.
West Campus. And they had those all the time, from Friday night.
Just since I,
to Sunday
sorry,
night. They had them going
just since I
constant.
started
Oh, yeah,
that,
right there. I used to have 2.5 hours. And they had all ages,
Yeah, they do like 9.
Was it not, they're not West Campus?
Well, I actually tried to get
And I was just wondering if they were
I
still
actually tried to
doing
get my
it.
notes on the 28th regard,
They do have
and she said no.
written
And I was like,
and
and
then when they
have time to go get a water.
absolutely, yes.
When
Oh,
they-
there's waters over here if you
Water over
want.
there.
Yeah.
when they have more team.
But you walk the vehicle where those are all. So, that was gonna be done September 9th, and she said, we're
And this
home, and
year,
it
this
just,
fall,
it's just not replaced anymore.
which is a quarter mile from.
I mean, it's so stressful, like, I literally, like,
How over there, we're gonna have
like, 'cause I was
one.
working from home, and I was on Wednesdays, just to kind of.
Well, I know why they're not using
Then
it.
it's gonna be a spring, summer, almost travel, and then we're traveling
And they're
over.
like, just, in the shit, my God, this is not supposed to be, yeah, your body's not.
Because I played basketball Saturday morning.
It's just, you know, I gave it, I mean, I great campaigns every year, it was wonderful, but, you know, it's
Grass,
changing.
everything.
It's just not good. Oh, yeah.
Now they're in the process of.
We're wondering why they use the overflow center bridge before, that's gone. Worked for me, did it go close one time.
If he's gonna play next year, they'll expect all for
Well, I mean, they're like, the Huskies, always a great Husky, finally we have one in London. So it's always a great supporter, but they've changed the way they give since we came Sonovus. Sonovus only has one relationship with United Way, and all of their different necessary candidates, USC. Whereas, I mean, we're the last Sonovus, you know what I mean, where they actually put on a campaign and whatever.
13 years.
So like UPS went
This
to a
the fall
third
is
party,
caused
like
about
process.
August 5,
We
when
went
they're
to
summer, and the date was.
because people can give it to whoever they want,
So
right?
that,
They don't realize the power
well,
that United
but
Way has.
lovely
So they give it direct, but they don't realize that
all across the board.
Yeah.
And then it's 13
And
years.
it's not a pass through, but like we vet all the agencies and there's like very stringent, you know, things. So, I don't know. It's just sad to see, but it's just, things are changing and
Well, that's like,
in the philanthropic world.
we want a couple, we did a couple of trail walks with my youngest.
Well, if you're happy with grant writing advice, I've just put my two development professionals on grant writing coursework, just to train them up so we can support our affiliates across the country. But we're all scrappers at best, so if you have any insights,
It was like 5
to
minutes.
pay it forward.
You know, and it was like, and then,
Like
no,
I
after
took
we
a
did that, we were
credit
like,
course through
we
Rice
need to go back to trail.
Wherever taking it, I don't, there's another one
Why
that's
do I
really
wanna
good,
go
he's
down
got
to,
great
you know,
information.
southern Ohio for a 3-hour drive?
It's a cheap
Well, I can
course,
go 5
but
minutes.
the quality of the
Well,
course
it's here
is
from my
I was gonna say, you show.
But it seems like it's pretty thorough, so
The problem, the downside is they only play on weekends.
It was like a 3-hour, my first session was like 3 hours.
Weekend it rains out.
Right.
You go 2 weeks like
I
gas.
don't think they did a job meeting.
So.
Might have been out of
And
the
wait, the one year.
it was very random. Okay, but it was the one that they could find that gave you a certification in association.
They kind of make them all
All
up.
right, we have Mr. Carey with us.
Yes, but then my computer just died, so I'm trying to charge it and then maybe we can get along.
So can we have Mr. Carey, we literally have, it's 3:24, so we have until 3:59, so. So we can go.
I do, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Fairway, hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Can you describe for the commission members your role in the 2020 primary?
So I was tasked with assisting candidates south of 70, so the entire southern part of Ohio. Mostly with grassroots, on-the-ground support, candidate phone calls, that kind of thing.
Okay, so which candidates specifically did you work with?
I cannot remember, there were many. Specifically, obviously, Representative Schmidt was one of them.
Okay, so that blue binder there, by the way, is exhibits, so I might point to a few of those. So Representative Schmidt is one of them. And I assume Alan Freeman as well?
Correct.
So Schmidt and Freeman.
Correct.
Who else?
There were multiple across the map. 2020 happened to be what I call a big term limit year, so there were a lot of open seats, and it would be unfair for me to just start guessing members and candidates in 2020. I-70 South is a pretty large geographic territory.
Okay, so what candidates were at the same level of support that you were giving to Alan Freeman and Jean Schmidt?
They were the primary focuses, obviously. As previously, I believe I testified that those were certainly very hot races that year.
Okay, so if you look in the book that I put there on exhibit number, it's in the section that says 723. You notice there's little.
I just need a page number, Mr. Hicks.
So you have to flip first to the tab that says 723. And then in that, page 31, which is exhibit J. It says page 31 at the bottom. There's different numbers at the tops of the pages. Exhibit J. So either page 31 or exhibit J, and it's a copy of a transcript.
Is it this one?
No, it's a copy of a transcript. See, there's little bluish page numbers at the bottom of the pages? Page 31.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so you see that on the left side of the page. It says towards the bottom, question, this is a transcript of your testimony on October 28, 2021 from the commission. It says at the bottom, you live in Adams, see where it says question, you live in Adams?
Yes.
Okay, right, I live in Claremont, so you and I both know you live in Adams, and I live in Claremont. And then it said, what races were you involved with with JPL? And your answer then was just Alan Freeman and Jean Schmidt. Is your answer different today?
Well, so if you go to the other page 54 at the top, it says, my answer was, and so I was to consult on races south of 70. You said, okay. I said, Interstate 70. What races? I say, I can't say with certainty all of the races, which I believe is what I just testified to a few moments ago, but certainly Alan Freeman and Jean Schmidt were primary focuses.
If you were, okay, so that's fair. If you were given an estimate of how much of your time you spent on those two campaigns, what would you say?
I'd say 50%.
50, okay. And at the time, who were you being compensated for your work?
Well, my company, Churn Creek Strategies, small company, just me. Obviously, contracted some others to do work for me. But we were paid by JPL and Associates.
Okay. Were you ever paid or under contract from Constant Content?
No, there were a couple of instances in which I had submitted for reimbursement, my company through Constant Content, but I'm not aware of any consistent payments from Constant Content.
And when you say reimbursement, you and I might remember that, as I recall, is things like for printing invoices and other little incidental invoices
Correct.
That you would do, but that is the kind of thing that is it correct to say you were told on those expense reimbursements to submit an invoice to Constant Content to be paid back?
That is correct.
But your arrangement was not personal, but Churn Creek Consulting was a contractor under JPL and Associates.
Correct.
Who hired you?
Jeff Loongstreth. I had little interaction with him, so my primary point of contact with him was Megan Fitzmartin.
Okay, and what do you recall you were compensated? Like how much?
I think it was between 4 and 5, maybe 6,000 a month. I'm just not sure.
Okay, so back on the bottom page, number 33, your prior testimony was 4,000 to 5,000 a month. You just said 4,000, 5,000, or 6,000 a month. You wasn't certain then, or you?
Yeah. If that's what I testify, I'm sure that's fine. Inflation. It's been rough.
Okay. All right. And then your work. Who did you work with additionally on those campaigns? on a more local basis? I know you've already said Megan Fitzmartin, but she didn't, just to be clear, let me ask you a question to be clear. Megan Fitzmartin did she have any role in local things like door knocking, campaign management, any of that?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, so what would you describe her role in the organization versus yours?
Oh, she was more, took care of the creative, mail, the main strategy part. I was there to provide on-the-ground resources as far as, hey, are you hitting enough doors? Are you doing X, Y, Z? During the campaign, respectfully, I sometimes call it a candidate sitting.
Okay.
You have to keep them on task, and there's a lot to do, so.
Okay.
Watch it.
This is a good question. What kind of off-task things do you know? So you have to intervene with candidates. So in this case, between the two candidates, how much time of those two? You said you thought you spent about 50% of your time on Jean Schmidt and Alan Freeman combined.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Of that time, about how much of that was Jean Schmidt versus how much was Alan Freeman? Would you guess? Your best
I
estimate.
really don't want to guess. I'm just going to say 50-50. I would say that those both were competitive races, obviously, and so with the fog of having run over 100 campaigns since then, I simply can't remember.
Okay. Did anybody ask you about I just asked you for an estimate of how much time. Did anybody ever, other than me right now or before, ask you for an estimate of how much time you were spending with each candidate?
No.
Beyond Jean, you said the other, well, before I just say that, you said 50% of your time on Jean Schmidt and Alan Freeman. I was going to say the other 50% on other candidates, but were you doing other paid activities, like for other companies or different things other than your constant content work at this time?
I had a few county contracts that year. I don't remember who, and there were multiple counties. I remember a few of them, but there were county races, obviously, that I was consulting on as well.
Okay. So when you said 50%, was that 50% of your total time, or 50% of the time you spent working with constant content was spent on it?
I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you a different way, because I wasn't real clear. How much during that time period, what would be your estimate of how much time was constant content time? Or JPL and Associates, I guess it's JPL and Associates who hired you versus other activities?
North of 50%, certainly.
Okay, so north of half of all your time was being spent doing work for JPL, who had contracted Churn Creek Strategies, not you individually, but your LLC.
Correct.
To do that work. Okay. Who else did you work with locally that was doing work for either candidate Schmidt or candidate Freeman?
As far as party operatives or?
Compensated work, tied in with constant content or JPL.
I certainly know that R.J. Mancini was being compensated. There was another young man I know we discussed him, was Luke Householder. I do not know with certainty if he was compensated or not.
Okay. It came up before, but did you and I ever talk about Luke Householder and his stay at the Days Inn in Claremont County?
I do remember you and I having a discussion. However, there was an instance last time when you said I said something, and on the drive home that day I was going through my mind, and I don't think what you said was entirely accurate, but so I'm going to be just.
Okay, what was your role with Luke Householder's housing arrangements or anything like that?
I did look for a couple of hotels for him, but as I testified in 2021, or I'm sorry, I don't know what year it was, whatever time I was here last,
yeah.
I did not book the hotel.
Okay. And you think that I represented that you did? I may have, I'm just trying, that was...
Mr. Hicks, I don't remember.
Okay.
I really don't.
Were you aware of me posting a video of Luke Householder coming out to his truck at that hotel?
Vaguely.
Okay. Did you tell me at the time that, the hotel, that's a well-known sort of flea bag hotel, that after you saw that, it was important to get him moved to a better motel than that? You don't remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Did you have any, when it related to invoices going to candidates from Constant Content or JPL and Associates, did you have any role in that?
Repeat that again, please.
When it comes to invoices going to candidates, like the Schmidt for Ohio or something like that, did you have any role in invoicing or any billing of the candidates?
No.
Did you discuss their invoices with them when they received them from them?
From time to time, certainly, I remember speaking with another candidate about their invoice. I don't remember a specific instance of Representative Schmidt of talking about her invoice as it relates to the primary of 2020 at that time. Talked about it since then, but not at that time.
When you say not at that time?
I did not talk to her about her invoice at that time.
What's at that time?
In 2020.
In 2020, okay. So when did you talk to her about the invoice?
I believe it was after you had filed this matter before the commission, is when I spoke to her about it.
And do you remember any detail of the conversation?
Certainly that our position was that she had followed the law, Ohio campaign finance law, and that we would obviously go through the commission process and most likely, hopefully she would be exonerated.
Did do you believe that there was an obligation on her part, for example, to show R.J. Mancini as an in-kind contribution?
If Mr. Mancini did work, measurable, what I would call measurable work for a campaign, there is an obligation to report that. However, she would have needed to have received an in-kind contribution, and this isn't a barrier, sand, head in the sand kind of thing. She would have needed to receive an in-kind amount from either HRCC or the Ohio Republican Party. In looking at her in-kind contributions or her statements filed online since then, there was nothing reflected, but I am more than confident that had she have given those numbers that she would have if the number was measurable.
So if I were running for some office, and my neighbor gave me $1,000 worth of posts for putting signs in the ground, but never gave me an invoice, am I responsible for reporting that as an in-kind contribution?
You are responsible for trying to ascertain what that amount was, certainly, but in this particular case, Representative Schmidt paid everything and reflected everything that was given to her in the primary of 2020 and the general of 2020. And I don't know for certain that Representative Schmidt even necessarily knew that Mr. Mancini had went to an event or had hit on a couple of doors for her, because her door work was primarily done by her, nearly exclusively.
So I filed my complaint on, I believe, 8/6/21, and you said you did not talk to her about any of this before that, but after my complaint you talked to her about it. Did you believe that any steps should be taken to ascertain the amount, or what steps are you aware of taking to ascertain the amount once you became aware that there could possibly be an amount?
I do not recall us discussing what steps should be taken, because it was Representative Schmidt's position at that time, my position, and remains today, that her campaign followed the law. And so there, in my opinion, there would have been no need to revise something that didn't need revising.
So did her campaign ever show an in-kind contribution for R.J. Mancini anywhere?
I'm sure you know them better than I do. I don't remember ever seeing an in-kind for Mr. Mancini, if his work was measurable.
Define measurable.
Did he go to an event for a half hour? How do you want to expense that out? Or did he work on doors for 2 hours for Representative Schmidt and 8 hours for Mr. Friedman? I'm not sure how you quantify that number, and if she would have put a number, there's a chance that she would be before this commission with the very same thing as you as the complainant, that, well, you didn't, the number's still not right.
Okay, so can you, I'll look at ask you to look at another exhibit. And it's going to be in the 5.4 section of complainant exhibits.
Is that the blue book?
Yeah, yeah, it's the tab that says, there's a tab that says 5.4. So it's going to be in that section. Hopefully I'm remembering it correctly, so I don't get.
Okay.
Okay, and then it's going to be on that section, part of my complaint.
What is the blue page number?
Starts on 33.
Okay.
So you've seen this complaint before now?
I don't specifically remember seeing it, but I'm sure I have looked at it.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 3 in there? So it's Exhibit 6,
Okay.
which is on page 33, but within it gets confusing because there's sub-exhibits. So
Okay.
Exhibit 3 is page 39.
Yes.
39.
At the bottom it says page 39. So you familiar with those emails?
I believe I provided these to you as part of the discovery.
I think R.J. Mancini provided them.
Okay.
So you know, and it's this, not you giving some direction to R.J. Mancini related to the Schmidt campaign?
Is there a question?
Yes, is this you giving direction?
You mumbled. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Are these emails showing you giving direction to R.J. Mancini relating to the Schmidt campaign?
This is Exhibit 3 on the email sent Tuesday, February 11th.
Yes?
It says, RJ, I am adding you on Jean's FB page, which would mean Facebook. I don't necessarily see direction there. There was no actionable item, but certainly I placed him on the Facebook page.
Did you add other people to the Facebook page?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, what about the one below it about taking pictures? Make sure we have video recording.
I didn't send that. It says from Tommy Roth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're right. So is that Tommy Rolfe giving R.J. Mancini direction?
You would have to ask Tommy Roth that. I'm not going to interpret his words.
Okay. So do you remember introducing me to R.J. Mancini and Lou Cowsilver at a political event at R.J.'s cinema?
I have no reason to contest.
Well, I'm not asking you to contest, I'm just asking you to remember. If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't.
You don't remember? Okay. What do you think? You said, what was the word you said to describe? Yeah, it wasn't significant activity, but whether R.J. Mancini did significant activity or whatever. What was the word you used? Measurable activity? What would you define as measurable activity?
It would vary, in my opinion. In fairness, measurable is at times a matter of opinion between one person or the other. I would say measurable would be spending a significant amount of time on a project, making an impact, moving the needle, so to speak.
So you're familiar with my wife, right? You know my wife.
I know of her. I think I've worked with your wife a time or two, but it's been a long time.
Have you had my wife do political mailers for you? Okay. So I don't have any, not that we don't have good communication, but do you recall, was there an hourly amount associated with those mailers?
I don't.
That you typically paid?
She just sent me an invoice on a per project basis, I thought, but
okay.
Maybe she rolled her hourly rate into a per project. I wasn't sure.
Okay. So let's say that I said, I'll pay the invoice, whatever it was. I'm sure it wasn't huge, because, you know, would that then cause you to think that an in-kind contribution needs to be reported because somebody other than the candidate paid the invoice?
Yes.
Okay. Would it matter if the invoice was $100 versus $200 versus about $10,000? Whether it needed to be reported?
Probably not.
Okay. So when let's go look at page in page 33 in the 5.4 section. It's still Exhibit 6, kind of hovering around that same exhibit. And if you go forward, oops.
I just want everyone to know,
Oh.
do 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not trying to rush you, but,
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
So Steve, it's page 36 within there. It's page 36 in the book you're looking at. So for the commission, if you have the one with my page numbers on, it's page 36, but it is the 5.4 exhibits that from page 36.
Yes.
So you see the top part of that, it's the one that's side printed.
Yes,
I
see it.
Okay, so that is R.J. Mancini being compensated by the Ohio Republican Party.
Okay.
Okay. So you said you believe that R.J. Mancini spent the vast majority of his time working for Alan Freeman. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then you would believe that the vast majority of this payment being made to him should have been reported by Alan Freeman?
Correct.
Okay. So if, let's say 10% of it, that small amount, if you add it up, it's about, let's say $7,000 approximately. When you look at 2,300, 2,286, but $7,000, that 10% of $7,000 would be $700, correct?
Sure. I
So-
concur.
So if he spent 10%, then you would think that Alan, let's say it was 7,000 even, it's not quite 7,000 even, but that 6,300 of it should have been in-kinded by Alan Freeman, but 700 of it should have been in-kinded by Ms. Schmidt?
If he did work for Schmidt for a while, I think I testified this earlier, Mr. Hicks, it should have been reported as an in-kind. In my pretty vast political experience, there is an obligation of the entity who is paying the manager to report that number. And I am confident that with my experience dealing with the Schmidt for Ohio campaign, that if that number would have been provided, it would have been reflected on the report. And as far as the amount, I'm not sure. I don't know that anyone could have, in politics, we don't do timesheets or anything like that. It just doesn't happen. So I'm not sure how you would arrive at a number, but.
Do you think that the law says that unless there was an invoice or something provided to the candidate, that they have no obligation to report it?
I'm sorry, the statute.
You just said that you made it sound like there was an obligation of somebody to
There's
report
an
his
obligation to
income.
report.
Okay.
There's an obligation to report, always. In my last job, I had an obligation as the caucus director to report the numbers to the candidates. In fact, if you take a look at Representative Schmidt's campaign finance report, you will see different things that have been reported as in-kind. That's how it is supposed to work. So.
Okay, so, but I just want to make clear to you, you think that legally, that unless somebody provides you with, say, a piece of paper with what you're supposed to in-kind, that the candidate has no obligation to in-kind anything?
The candidate has an obligation to file a complete and accurate statement to the best of their ability. In this particular case, Representative Schmidt paid and filed everything that was sent to her or communicated with her. So I don't know what to tell you.
So when I filed a complaint on 8/6/21 that said that the amounts were not properly in-kinded, and then by your own testimony, you spoke with Ms. Schmidt about that. Not before then, but after my complaint, you talked about it. Did either you or Ms. Schmidt go to R.J. Mancini Or did you yourself make any effort to break down your time for what was time spent on which campaign?
I would have made no effort to break down my time for Representative Schmidt. As a general contractor, general political consultant, it is extremely typical. I understand, I know you ran or helped with the U.S. Senate race. I know you did some consulting work for Representative Brinkman. So maybe you don't have a lot of experience with this, but you have a team in place, and there are markups on virtually everything. Sometimes a lot, sometimes a little. So there would have been absolutely no reason for Representative Schmidt to parse out my hourly, or Ms. Fitzmartin or anyone else involved with JPL and Associates.
So, but let's talk about R.J. Mancini.
Okay.
So he was only paid $7,000. He, by his own testimony, and I think probably by your testimony, only worked with 2 candidates. Okay. He gave here sort of a 90-10 split of the time. Did you ever make any effort or tell Ms. Schmidt that she should try to ascertain what should be in-kinded from R.J. Mancini?
I did not.
Okay. So your, do candidates not connected with the caucus, would you describe what this kind of team approach and is a unique benefit to candidates that are connected with the caucus? That's not afforded to candidates that aren't, like somebody not endorsed.
I need a question.
So you have endorsed candidates and not endorsed candidates. If I were running against Ms. Schmidt and I was a not endorsed candidate, I have to go hire all these people myself, do this, and I would have real billing for what they, when their endorsed candidate, they end up in this kind of team model where it gets blurry what's being reported on which finance report. Is that a fair description of what happens, the difference between being endorsed and not endorsed?
I would not agree with that assertion.
So what is it?
Partly because I'm having trouble figuring out what you're trying to ask me.
Okay. How can I help you to better understand?
Ask a clear and concise question, Mr. Hicks.
Okay. So the people who ran against Jean Schmidt and against Alan Freeman?
There was a Joe Blevins and he's a Union Township trustee now, Joe Dills.
Okay. And what about Alan Freeman? Who ran against Alan Freeman?
Oh, Nick Owens and Adam Bird.
Okay. So was it kind of a benefit to being endorsed by the speaker to have the support infrastructure that you provided and Megan Fitzmartin provided that was not a benefit to people who were not endorsed by the speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Whereas Jean Schmidt and Alan Freeman endorsed by the speaker?
Yes.
Were they endorsed by the Ohio Republican Party?
No.
Okay. So R.J. Mancini, were you aware that he was being compensated by the Ohio Republican Party?
Not at that time. I certainly am now. Mr. Mancini would have had most likely electronic walkbooks. And as I recall, it was the ticket that year, so would have been President Trump, even though it was a primary, it would have been President Trump if there were any judicials, and then lower would have been a state house candidate.
Okay, so that walkbook, is that a product of the HRCC or a product of the ORP?
I'm not sure who cuts, or I'm not sure who cut the walkbooks at the time. I may have known, but I don't remember now.
Okay, and so I'm gonna, just for sake of time, so I may have some more questions for him, but, so I don't want to step away from asking him questions, but we're kind of at the end of the time. If I step away, then it would start his cross. So unless he's going to have no cross, I would request that we just finish here for now, and then come back while I would still have a chance to ask him some more questions.
We'd like to start tomorrow at 9.
I
Miss
can't
Schmidt-
make it.
Reason
My
we're having
husband
it
passed
today.
away, I have obligations, I cannot make it tomorrow, I am sorry.
Let me speak. At least we communicated to Mr. Richter that she was not available tomorrow. That's why it was moved up until today. In the interim period, her husband of
47 years passed away
has
unexpectedly.
passed away. And as you know from this hearing, he was her treasurer and would have been a witness actually in this case had that not happened. So at least I think I can be here perhaps and cross-examine Mr.
I need to be here.
Okay.
So just as a clarification, I was told from when this all came down that we were gonna do it, it just had an extra day, so it could be definitely wrapped up today and tomorrow. That's what I was told when Mr. Ricker came to me, not that we were gonna only do it today.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, the discussion was that Ms. Schmidt would be around, let's say, for a period of time. I don't remember what that was, because she had to leave early.
I can't be here from 9 to 11. I
Could
can't
you-
leave at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, I appreciate you want to be around and present, Ms. Schmidt, but is it necessary? Is it necessary for your client to be here for us to conclude?
Excuse me, it's necessary for me, in all fairness.
If she wants to be here,
I wanna
I'm
be
not
here.
quite sure.
Tomorrow, I cannot be here. I cannot be here on Friday either. Let's pick another day. I wish I could. I am all alone. I have a dog at home I have to take care of. I can't get anybody to take care of it tomorrow, period. I have other obligations. I don't know what you want me to do. I don't have my husband anymore to help me.
I understand.
My cross-examination of
Mr. Chairman.
the current witness would be minimal for what that's worth.
Next meetings of the commission are October 12th, October 26th. November 2nd.
Just for the record, I prefer it, because I adjusted my schedule based on the 2-day thing that you told me we were gonna do, so I would prefer to get this done as it was gonna be scheduled. So then, because this is also holding up other hearings.
Understand, we understand that only so well.
Look, I'm so nervous it is that my husband died. I don't know if it's dead.
Madam Chair, I mean, I understand where Mr. Hicks is, but obviously we have mitigating circumstances here for Representative Schmidt. I believe when these things were set, unfortunately her husband had not passed away. I think that's a big burden, and I think we should set another date. It's my opinion.
Wholeheartedly agree. I mean, all due respect to Mr. Hicks, there are things that are more important than this hearing, and, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry for your loss. And, I mean, I think it's pretty clear we pick another date that will work for all.
That makes sense to me as well.
I mean, it doesn't have to be right this second, right? We can figure it out afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, so we just conclude, and I'll have a conversation with Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Hicks. We can figure it out over the next couple of meetings.
Would there be any way that we could agree on a date right now, so that we can get this?
Maybe
That's
if
what he's
you and
saying, yes.
Mr. O'Brien talk, yes.
Yeah.
But
We
you
can,
and
like
Mr. O'Brien.
today, yes, you're able to have that conversation and then, yeah.
Yeah, I think we can among ourselves and Mr. Rick.
Can we do that before we leave?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
that's what Mr.
okay.
Ricker's suggesting. Okay, at this time, let's conclude this meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So,
Second? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 7-0, 4 o'clock, meeting adjourned.